yesterday. It was really quite helpful, other than nearly being attacked by seagulls, protecting their young on the roof. But no, it was really, really helpful, and helpful to actually do it up front as well. So thank you for everyone for their efforts. Couple of points, probably most importantly, we're due a delivery of tea and coffee today, I'm told, at 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock. 11 o'clock probably might work with the timings after examination in chief, so we'll see. It's being delivered, so and then 3 o'clock, so I think that's for all of us, so that's a welcome. I've had the core documents list sent through as well, so I've got those loaded up and some spread out here, so thank you. I think everyone's seen that.
This is the list for examination in chief, which was distributed earlier.
Sorry.
Well, that it was sent out. There's one further document, and just while you're on this, to add to it, which I spotted was missing. It's CDF.04. So we've got CDF.03, which is good practice advice note 2, but we also need good practice advice note 3.
Okay.
Sorry, that was missing.
No, that's fine. It's helpful anyway to have as many up as we can, but we can sort that. Okay.
CDF.04.
So ask my list, but I was waiting to one of the friends like glitch, so I've only just seen it. So I will add in due course.
Yeah, if you can circulate that at some point this morning, and I'll load them up during the break. Okay. Received the statement of common ground in respect of character, design and appearance. So thank you. That is on the website as an inquiry document. There's an amended figure 32, and then Mr. Alford's is it Mr. Alford? There's a correction being submitted from the appellants, I believe.
Yes. So, forgive me. So Ms. Adams issued an amended, I think it was 4 amended or errata figures. One of them is number 32, I think, from memory.
Yeah.
And she said, I think, in a covering note that, if we wanted to provide a sort of fully rendered correct view, then, that in effect, that was for us. So what we've done instead is we've just marked on the figure in a blue line where accurately the scheme in question would extend to. So it's what I call the blue line figure. So the blue line shows an accurate indication of where the building would actually be. We haven't done a re-rendered because we don't think we need to. So there you are.
Okay, thank you. Well, that is on the inquiry documents site as well. Now, I think that was circulated between all the other parties as well. I think I'll come back to it later today, but we need to probably have a chat about the rail strike next week, which still seems to be going on. So I'd rather have a chat about that now and see what we can do. But we'll do that before we close. And if I forget, someone please remind me as well. Okay. So are there any other procedural points anyone wants to raise this morning before we kick off?
Just 2 matters briefly, if I may, Madam. We had a query from the programme officer about where we'd got to in terms of the Conservation Area Advisory Group responses. I've spoken to my friend. I understand there's no issue about those being added to the core documents list. So unless there's anything more you want to hear about that,
no,
that's resolved. The only other thing I'd mention, I outside the inquiry, I've identified from Learned Friend what seems to be an inaccuracy on the model. I understand it's the existing condition, so in a sense you can see it on site anyway. But I understand that that's going to be addressed with a further addition.
Right.
So I don't propose to spend time on it now, but it's I nevertheless draw its attention. In due course, I think there'll be a little bit added.
Okay, I think once that's happened, if you
Sure,
could let me know what it is and where it is. And,
It's in King's Head Yard, ma'am, so we just haven't. My own friend's quite right. He pointed out to me this morning. I think, to be honest, the model was made so many years ago that a bit's fallen off. Anyway, so I've asked. Apparently, it won't take long for the missing piece. There's a missing piece in King's Head Yard to be made and to be plopped into the model.
it's not Henry VIII, is it?
It's not Henry VIII. No, God bless him.
He was there yesterday.
Yes,
we saw him.
indeed.
So
Indeed.
okay.
Apparently, that is very old. That actual bust of.
Yes, I think it's older than the building.
It's older than the building, yes. There you are, look at me. I know something about heritage. That's the end of it. That's the peak of my knowledge. But anyway, yes, my own friend is right. And we're going to see how long it would take. We think not that long to make the missing piece and drop it in.
Just keep me posted on that then.
I will. Once it arrives, we'll let you know. And indeed, we can point it out to you, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, brilliant. Any other procedural points? Anyone? No. Okay. Okay, well, we're now on to the formal examination. So it's Dr. Barker-Mills, welcome. You're first in the hot seat. I take it you're comfortable, you've got water and everything. Yeah, okay. All right, well, I shall hand over to Mr. Philpott.
Thank you, Madam. So introduce you. Your name is Dr. Nigel Barker-Mills, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in your proof of evidence, you have set out your qualifications and experience in section 1. You tell us you are an architectural historian with postgraduate diploma in building conservation from the Architectural Association of London, full member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation, one of the founders of the Institute in 1997. You've been professionally involved with managing change to the historic environment for over 35 years. And you've set out details of your past experience in NPBM 1. Is all of that correct?
Yes.
And you then set out specific experience of relevance in paragraphs 1.2 through to 1.7, including the development of relevant policy advice. And also the specific consideration of tall buildings. Is there anything you'd want to draw out from your longer summary in Appendix 1 that is of particular relevance here?
Yes, Mum, just two things. One is the involvement specifically with the vexed issue of views and setting. It's been a point of much debate and technical assessment, not least by English Heritage and subsequently Historic England over the years. And when I joined English Heritage in London in 2011, we were in the middle of preparing a document called Seeing History in the View, which was an attempt to try and reconcile or clarify, would be a better word, clarify the issues between setting and understanding setting when you're looking at views. We produced a magnificently complicated document at the end of it, which people like Historic Royal Palaces used for their local setting study for the Tower of London. But we deemed after a couple of years that it was too complicated. And so when we revised the setting guidance, which I was involved in, we deliberately took the aim of introducing into the setting guidance in as clear a way as possible, and others will say how clear it is, but in clear as way as possible, the principles. And that's embedded in that document, and there are several references to views as opposed to setting. They overlap. We know we've done our best, or English Heritage did their best at that stage. I was involved in that, and you can see that it supersedes Seeing History in the View. So that's one element. The other element I would just like to draw attention to is the role I've had over considerable number of years in trying to assist local authorities in particular with assessment of new development in historic contexts. And that started with picking up on the joint work done by English Heritage and CABE, as it was then, subsequently the Design Council, to produce joint guidance on some principles. And as part of that, I spent a very happy 2 years travelling around the country with visiting various architecture centres, delivering training on practical skills for building in context and developing the building in context toolkit. And that is still relevant. And if you visit the HE website and look at their webpage on new design in historic areas, you will see how they reconcile those principles with the relatively new National Design Guide. So those are two particular areas of my previous roles where I was very active.
Thank you. And so far as the scope of your evidence is concerned, that's set out in section 2 of your proof, pages 6 and 7. And you explain in 2.1 that what your evidence does is identify the heritage assets that are affected by the development. You examine their significance, the contribution of setting to their significance, or the ability to appreciate that significance, and then you consider the impact of the proposal upon the special interest of those assets by reference to the relevant statutory duties, international obligations and policy tests that are set by national policy and the development plan. And then you set out the structure of your approach to that. This is evidence, you say, which supports the concerns on heritage raised by the Council in its statements of case. And that's now supplemented by an agreed heritage statement of common ground, which runs through some of those points and identifies differences between the parties. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So far as the approach to and scope of your evidence in chief is concerned, and what I propose to do is not to comprehensively go through every issue because we'd be here for several days. I'm going to deal with this in broadly 3 sections. First of all, issues of approach, including the understanding of significance. Secondly, I'm going to ask Dr. Barker-Mills some questions about impacts on key assets, how he's assessed them, comments on key differences of view. I'm not going to go through every asset because you've got the written material on that. And then thirdly, drawing together some conclusions. The third will be the shortest of the 3 sections. So that's by way of an overview of where we're going. So I'm going to start with issues of approach, including understanding of significance. And the first point I want to get your help with, Dr. Barker-Mills, is the staged approach to assessment. And so inevitably, the first document I want to go to is the one that wasn't on my original list, which is CDF 04. So this is HE's Good Practice Advice in Planning, Note 3, the setting of heritage assets. And if we go to page 8 of that document, of course. It's the internal pagination, yes. I'm looking at a hard copy, so I'm afraid I won't be able to supply PDF page references. And paragraph 19, once you've got that page.
Yes.
Which makes reference to government planning policies being based on a proportionate assessment. And then it says, Historic England recommends the following broad approach to assessment undertaken as a series of steps that apply proportionately to the complexity of the case from straightforward to complex. And those are then set out, that they'll be familiar to all of us. So I just want to get your assistance with some of those points. But first of all, there's obviously no obligation, as it were, to follow that staged approach. But what do you see as the primary benefits of following that structured approach?
well, this was one of the methods we introduced to try and simplify the approach to understanding contribution of setting. I think the advantages of following this approach is that it gives you a sequential framework which allows for internal review at each stage. So you can validate your assessment. So you can identify the heritage assets. You can then double check, and you can go back as well. The critical step, and the one that I think is commonly missed, and this is why this step was introduced in this form, is to assess the degree that settings make a contribution to significance. And it's assessment that's required. And what tended to happen, and still does happen, is that we see applicants, and I'm making it clear just at the moment, this is applicants in general, will identify a heritage asset. They will let you know what grade it is. They will provide the list description, and then they move straight on to what the impacts are. And so what they don't do is they don't actually look at the particular significance of the heritage asset that's under consideration. And if they don't look at that, and they then don't take step 2, which is to assess the degree to which the settings make that contribution to significance, then the subsequent assessment of impact is likely to be flawed or not as robust as it should be. And if you don't understand the difference between the list description, which is entirely there generally for most of the listings, not all, but for most of the listings, it's there as a descriptive. It's not there giving you the reasons for designation. More modern descriptions do, helpfully. They give you some guidance. But if you don't understand that difference, then you've got a very limited basis on which you can then carry out your assessment. And so step 2 is critical to the process. If you don't do that step, then your methodology, your arguments and your evidence is very difficult to follow.
Thank you. And in your, don't need to turn it up, but in your proof of evidence in section 10, you provided a short critique of the appellant's approach to assessment in this case. Starting with the sort of generality of it, what's your view as to whether the appellant's assessment has followed the suggested staged approach?
It's followed it in parts. It's used the helpful tools and the suggestion in the settings guidance for step 1. So we have a zone of potential visual influence, for example, which is suggested as a useful tool when you're dealing with tall buildings. So the identification of the number of heritage assets that potentially could be affected has been done, and it's all set out in the environmental statements. So they've done that stage. The stage where I fear that the appellants have not carried out robustly is step 2. There are descriptions of the heritage assets, but they're, to me anyway, looking at it and trying to trace the thought processes, there isn't a clear line that says to me, these are the key significances of these heritage assets, however many you choose, and this is the contribution that setting makes to them. And so step 2 is the one that I think has not been carried out as effectively as it should have been.
Thank you. We'll come back to step 2 then in a bit more detail in a moment. Just looking at step 1 first, and if we look back to the HE advice, paragraph 20, so the following paragraph from one we were looking at summarises the concept of identifying which assets and their settings are affected. And then paragraph 23 on the same page says that the area of assessment for a large or prominent development such as a tall building in an urban environment, can often extend for a distance of several kilometres. In these circumstances, while a proposed development may affect the setting of numerous heritage assets, it may not impact on them all equally, and then it explains why that might not be the case. How do you say that advice applies here?
It applies with great force. We're looking at a historic environment that is of extreme complexity. I won't say extreme. It is some of the most complex historic environment you're going to get in this country. It's in a world city, and we have development that is potentially going to affect a wide area and an environment that's composed of distinctly different characters. And so therefore, understanding and being clear on, as in a proportionate way, obviously, but on the differences of significance, the particular significance of different assets, so that you can be as clear as you can be on the potential impacts on those particular significances is critical.
And just then, if you can take up Mr. Stewart's rebuttal proof of evidence, please, next.
Yes.
On the internal pagination, page 10, there are two paragraphs at the top, 142 and 143, and I'm going to ask you about both of those, but just picking up this point that you've just been discussing about the extent of the area affected, in paragraph 143, there's a point made here by Mr. Stewart as to your assessment that harm is caused to the setting of the bank conservation area, and then Mr. Stewart identifies its southern boundary is 2 blocks back from the river. And I just want to get your response to what appears to be a suggestion that by identifying some harm there, that's indicative or suggestive of a general inflation of harm. Essentially, it would seem because of its distance. So what's your response to that?
Well, on the first element of that criticism, which is the distance, there is no distance is not determinative of it per effect. There is no clear boundary which says something that is 1 city block away will cause impact, whereas something that's 2 city blocks away will not. And the guidance on setting is very clear. It says you can't draw a line on a map. You can't be that definitive, not least because settings evolve and they change. Also, understanding of significance, and therefore the contribution that setting makes may change as our understanding changes. So to suggest, as it appears in this paragraph, that my conclusions are implausible because of the distance, I profoundly disagree with. The other element of this rebuttal, this criticism, and the general inflation of harm, I sat back and thought about that and thought, well, okay, in inflation, is Mr. Stewart saying that generally I'm inflating harm by identifying lots and lots of heritage assets and not understanding the difference between harm and impact? And I don't believe that's the case, because not least because in the council's statement of case, we have deliberately identified the potential impact on a wider number of heritage assets in the conservation area, but only considered those assets where we think harm has been caused. So I haven't just gone around saying, oh, that asset, you can see the building next to it, that's harmful. So I haven't inflated in that way. The other way of inflating, I think, is to suggest that something that is of low harm. Actually, it's a much greater harm. So that's the inflation there. And in the Knight's moves that Mr. Stewart refers to, those Knight's moves are actually the staged approach. Now, Mr. Stewart may disagree with my conclusions there, but he can at least follow the staged approach. It may be slightly more complicated than I think it is, as I've set it out in my proof. But he can follow that staged approach, and then he can reach a different view, and he can go back and point out in terms of my evidence and my approach as to where he disagrees. He hasn't done that. What he said is, I'm just inflating the harm. And I don't accept that.
Thank you. And then the previous paragraph, just while we've got this page open, before we go further into some of the later steps, what is said here is that the criticism of the assessment is really a criticism of the findings rather than the methodology, and these are just differences of professional opinion. Is that fair in your view?
No, I don't think that is fair. I can disagree with someone's conclusions, but if we followed, all parties have followed the suggestion of conservation principles, which was introduced to try and provide a framework within which we all work, so we can all understand the process. We may express it slightly differently, and we will come to that process with different values to a certain extent. But if we follow that process, we can at least understand each other's conclusions. We may not agree with them. And the purpose of conservation principles was to try and reduce the variations that you got in judgment by using different languages and different approaches. That was one of the purposes, and it started with the English heritage as it then was, and it recommended it to be used across the sector as a way of simplifying and helping and being constructive. And so if you don't follow that, then I think you do end up with significantly different judgments. And it's not that I don't like the judgment, or because I disagree with it, I'm saying that Mr. Stewart's methodology is flawed. What I've done is I've looked at his methodology to try and establish how he has reached his conclusions. And I can't find that methodology. I can't find it as robustly as I was expect to see, which gives me confidence that I understand how he has reached that conclusion.
Thank you. Now, I want to move on to step 2, which you mentioned a moment ago, and you explained your view about the importance, and this is assessing the degree to which settings and views make a contribution to significance of the asset or allow significance to be appreciated. You explain why you say that that's really important, and in your proof, you've expressed concerns about the appellant's approach. Now, I understand you want to illustrate the point with a sort of example, and this is from the 2018 version of the Built Heritage Assessment, which is CDA 12.2, I think.
Yeah.
And as I understand it, you wanted to look at the listed terrace.
Yes.
So in the internal pagination, I think this is dealt with on pages 348 and 349. And when everyone's got there, could you just explain using this? Of course, yes. 348 and 349. Thank you. I hadn't given a paragraph number, but Dr. Barker-Mills, could you tell us which paragraphs you want to?
Yes, it starts from paragraphs 1259. So the bold headline is listed buildings south of the River Thames, and then it's Group 1, which is the site, numbers 4 to 8, 12 to 16, St Thomas Street, and attached railings. So the approach as set out here is to identify, firstly, what are described as the direct, and by that it means impacts on fabric. It's a convenient distinction between fabric and setting that a lot of people use, direct and indirect. And so it goes through those, and then both the individual works, and then refers back to the evidence on significance, which is the listed building heritage statement, and then goes on to the set out the levels of harm with regard to the Mppf. And then from paragraph 1265, we start to look at what are described as the indirect effects. So that's the effects in setting terms. And it says the most significant change will be the removal of the 1980s office building. Well, I sat there and thought, well, yes, that is a change, but I would have thought the most significant change to the setting would be the introduction of a 30-odd story building, or whatever it is, into the setting. But let's move on to the new tall office building, which comes at 1267. And here we have a description that says it would represent a noticeable change in the immediate context. It then describes a particular view, and it says it would be prominent. And then it goes on to look at another view. And at 1268, it talks about a dramatic contrast, clear juxtaposition of historic and modern, and then references the conservation area. And tall buildings outside the conservation area. So we've gone from looking at the listed building to looking at the conservation area. We then go to an analysis of what you will see from the new building has been introduced. And then you go into a conclusion which says, notwithstanding the degree to which the development dominates the existing street scene, which will be considerable, disrupting the coherent quality of the view of the terrace. So there's a clear identification of what I would regard as harm, not actually said as harm. It says its impact on the view, not the impact on the setting. It then goes on in the following paragraph to talk about how you would see the terrace in a new light. And then it goes on to how the terrace would look as a result of the new development. So we're back to looking at both direct and indirect together. And then we as part of that consideration, we're now also introduced to significant new indoor public space on the site, some of which is in the new building, some of which is on the site. And then the conclusion, and bear in mind this is the built heritage conclusion, is that we have an assessment of medium sensitivity. Nowhere in that description have we got any idea as to what that means. What is the sensitivity? And we can't find that out because we haven't got a summary here of what are the key characteristics of this terrace. Now, for me, the key characteristics of the terrace are it's a consistent architectural form. It's one that was designed principally for the facade to be appreciated. So something like the roofs, for example, were visually suppressed, deliberately so in a lot of terrace development. And it's the regularity and the formality of the architecture that are the key architectural significances of that building. And how you actually appreciate those, what elements of the setting that enable you to appreciate those, well, the clear sky, for example, above, because you can clearly see the outline of the silhouette of the terrace. The consistency of the development either side of the terrace helps you because it doesn't distract from your appreciation of the architectural qualities of the terrace. In fact, it contributes to it. So that's the sort of process that I would be expecting to see in here. I haven't got that, so I have to look and say, okay, there's medium sensitivities identified here. I understand there's a table, and I've looked at the table earlier on in the methodology, and you will see in my proof I have identified that the role of significance within that table doesn't appear to be present. And then you have a magnitude of change to the setting is major. But it doesn't say whether it's major beneficial, major neutral, major adverse. If I look at the earlier analysis, the evidence I've got in that analysis, which relates to that magnitude of change to the setting, I would suggest is the sentence that says development dominating the existing street scene would be considerable, disrupting the quality of the view, which are all evidence to me, anyway, as I read this, that this is a major negative impact. And that says the overall significance, and by that I understand that to mean the overall significance of the change to the asset is moderate to major. And then this sentence, which really, this is where I struggled. The development would have an adverse effect on the TVIA view 50. So the adverse effect is the view, that one view. The role the view has in enabling you to appreciate and understand the significance of the asset is not mentioned. It's a view, and that is what appears to be the concern. And then we have the overall impact on these listed buildings would be positive, and the effect would be beneficial. So having identified a major disruptive element into the coherent quality of the architecture, we nevertheless have a conclusion that it would be beneficial. And that's where I struggle with the methodology. Because I cannot see on the evidence that is in front of me that's put down here how that has been reached on the basis of significance and heritage significance alone.
Thank you. So that's by way of a worked example, and I then want to move on to step 3. So in the HE document guidance, this is paragraphs 32 and following. So we're here assessing the effects of the proposed development, whether beneficial or harmful, and the significance and ability to appreciate it. So briefly, why does step 3 matter, and what have you done in respect of step 3?
Well, again, step 3 matters, and the way it's carried out matters, because it enables you to demonstrate you're complying with the Mppf policy to conserve significance when you're changing, when you're developing. So the way you show that is through assessing the impact of the development on the appreciation, one element of it, on the contribution that setting makes to significance. And significance, if you've understood the relative contribution that significance makes, that setting makes to significance, and that will not be consistent across all of the setting for any individual asset. But once you've identified that, you can then take that and you can feed it into your assessment of impact. And that's what I've done. And I've used the 4 overarching, if I call them that, the 4 structural elements, so location and siting, proximity, etc., which are set out, form and appearance. I've followed that as the framework, and then as the guidance suggests, I've looked also at the more detailed prompts in the non-exhaustive list in the box. Not all of them will be in the box that follows, so not all of them will be relevant, but that's the box on page 13, the checklist as it's called there. So under each of those 4 headings, so for example, location, proximity to asset. And in my proof, I've just made some general comments on those, under those headings, because otherwise for every single asset I would be saying similar things. It would be repetitious. So the approach I've taken in my proof is to take this approach.
Thank you. Now you've identified already in your oral evidence and also in your written proof some concerns about how this has been approached in the assessments accompanying the application, and you explained a moment ago your concern about the assessment looking at impact on the view as opposed to working through the steps you've described. I just want to get your response to a particular matter on that. If you go to Mr. Stewart's rebuttal proof, please, and his page 8, paragraph 1.28. And here he's responding to the point you've made in your proof at 9:15 about assessment being an assessment of impact on the view rather than on contribution to setting and ability to appreciate significance. And what he says here is, well, the assessment you've referred to is in the visual impact section, not the heritage section. So it said your criticism that follows is misplaced. Is that right?
Well, no, I don't believe it is. In the example I've just gone through, you can see that the heritage assessment draws very heavily on the townscape visual impact section. In fact, the impact is described in that HBA, heritage building assessment, historic building assessment, solely in reference to the visual impact in a view. And having read, I won't say I've memorized it all, but I did read, I promise you I've read both of the documents, both sections of it, the conclusions and the approach, the methodology for townscape visual impact and the methodology for heritage assessment are very, very similar, if not identical. The conclusions for visual impact and the conclusions in relation to historic buildings are very, very similar, if not identical. And so it's not misplaced. The reason that is there in that form is that the images on which a lot of the evidence is based are not reproduced in the HBA. They're relied on. So you have to go backwards and forwards looking at the image and then go back to the HBA, then go back to the visual impact assessment. It's not the most helpful way of structuring it. And so I don't believe it's misplaced. I think in terms of the substance of the analysis, I've demonstrated with that example my concerns.
Thank you. And then also on the same page of the rebuttal, this is the final question I want to ask you about on step 3. In 131, this is by reference to Southwark Cathedral, and it said that whether a viewer's appreciation of the cathedral will be affected by a tall building in the backdrop depends on a personal response, varying from person to person. Mr. Stewart says it wouldn't affect his appreciation, and then goes on to make a point which we'll come back to about visual attachment. But the first part of this is this question of personal response, and I just want to get your view as to whether the assessment in step 3 of effects is entirely subjective and personal, as appears to be suggested.
Well, I'm obviously going to say no, but I'll tell you why. The reasons I don't think that's right. If you want to get a personal response from me on impact on a particular building, plonk me in front of a Baroque building. That's what my architectural history training was about. That's what really excites me in terms of a particular period of architectural history. And of course, in the 17th century, that would have made me deeply suspect because of all of the associations that Baroque architecture had. I would have been susceptible to nasty continental influences and probably a Catholic and part of the elite. And for parts of the 20th century, and indeed today, I would probably be equally suspect for Mr. Alford, because for followers of modernism, all this decoration and Baroque frippery would be not honest, not integral. That's my personal opinion. And if I go to a Baroque building and I'm stood next to Mr. Stewart, I can guarantee we'd have very, very different views, and I'd accept that. Baroque is a very strong architectural style. My husband hates me. I dragged him around Rome looking at 42 Baroque churches in 3 days. That's a personal, subjective opinion. What I've done is I've looked at what is, as I understand it, the heritage significance of each of these assets. And that heritage significance is very different. And I've understood that as far as I can. Whether I like it or not is irrelevant. What my task is to understand the heritage significance, to set that out, to look at the impact and say in heritage terms, in my judgment, what I think that is. And if you put 2 conservation officers together, you will have 2, hopefully slightly, but not always, but 2 slightly different judgments of impact, because of you cannot separate yourself. It's not a totally objective thing, but you make it as objective as possible, and importantly, you set out how you've reached that, so that the non-Baroque lover can sort of say, okay, you've over-egged it here because of your personal view. And thankfully, Guy's Hospital is not a Baroque composition.
And then finally, step 4, so in the HE guidance, that's page 14. So we're now looking at exploring ways to maximise enhancement and avoid or minimise harm. And there's guidance here on how one might go about that, and the importance of early assessment and finding ways you might achieve that. To what extent do you think that has been followed appropriately in this case?
Well, the evidence I've seen in the HBA, which is where I would look for it, seems to indicate that step hasn't been followed. And the reason I say that is that you would look to do these stages, this staged approach for impact on setting, as I said in my earlier response, to review and to validate what you're doing during each stage of the process of developing your proposals. And once you've identified any impact, and if that impact equates to harm in heritage terms, to comply with the MPPF, you would then go back and look and see whether any aspects of your development which conflict with conservation of significance needs to be adjusted, amended, delivered in a different way. And so I would expect to see, where harm is identified, an assessment of how that's been addressed in the development, in the design process, or indeed in that iterative process, and why it can't be avoided. And I don't see that. If you go to the ES documentation, you'll see that approach failed.
That just to take then as a where this is picked up, if we go to say CDB 14.1, which I think is CDB, so this is a 2021 version of the built heritage assessment or heritage statement. And page internal pagination 333.
Yes.
So this is it.
It's a table, table 36. Excellent.
So this is the table summary of likely significant effects, mitigation measures, and likely residual effects. Table 3.6.
Yeah.
3-6. So just give us an example where some harm is agreed to be identified.
If we go to the third portion of the box under the listed buildings banner, the third one down, fourth one down, St Thomas Street, grade 2 star. You've got there. Sixth one down, Guy's Hospital, main wing.
Yeah.
Now the likely significant effect, and this is the historic building assessment, talks about long term, because it's permanent, local, question that, but anyway, local adverse effect of major significance. So you have an adverse effect of major significance to a grade 2 star listed building. Mitigation measures, none required. And so I sat there and thought, why isn't it required? And then you go to the likely residual effect, which of course will be the same because you haven't done any mitigation measures. So your residual effect will be the same as your original effect. And
thank you.
The significance is significant.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the first of the three matters I wanted to ask you about. So I want to move on to look at some points about impacts, and we'll look asset by asset, and where relevant, we'll distinguish between the two schemes. Now, it's probably worth having the heritage statement of common ground to hand for this. It is, Madam, as you said, it is a helpful document. One of the things that would appear to be particularly helpful about it is that if you go to page 29 and following, you've got a table that identifies where each of the three parties identifies harm or says there's no harm, and how it's expressed in each case by reference to the range of less than substantial harm. And I'm going to take a selection of these assets for the purposes of evidence in chief. The ones we'll look at are Borough High Street Conservation Area, Guy's Hospital, St Thomas Street listed buildings. We've talked about those a bit already. St George the Martyr, Southwark Cathedral, and the Tower of London. So those are the ones I want to focus on for the purposes of your evidence in chief, and we'll look at the immediate and more local assets, immediate context and more local assets first, and then a little bit further afield. So I want to start with the heritage sensitivity of the appeal site itself and the immediate surroundings. And if we can take up your proof for this, please, Dr. Barker-Nils. And turn first to page 69, paragraph 9.5. In the fourth line, you have a sentence which begins, the nature of the proposals. You say tall buildings within a sensitive and complex historic environment. And that's the point you alluded to a moment ago. And I want to start by looking at the immediate context. So if you go forward in your proof to page 109, you've got a figure there, figure 47. And figure 47, as the note underneath explains, is a revised version of a figure in the Borough High Street Conservation Area appraisal, and it's revised both to show the conservation area boundary and also the listed buildings on the south side of St Thomas Street. Can you just, by reference to this, start with explain why you describe this as a sensitive and complex historic environment.
Right. If we start from the sort of, if you like, the key points, the time depth of occupation in this particular location goes back to the Roman period. Now, a lot of that has gone, so not much physical evidence for that. But probably the most determinative period was the medieval period, and that's evident in the grain of the Burgish plots, for example, along the east side of the High Street, which extend into and abut the southern boundary of the development site. Those Burgish plots we know overlaid several times through centuries, and then altered again in the 20th century, late 19th, and then into the 20th century. So we have some complex grain and layers of survival to the south and to the west, and then to the north of the site and to the east, we have again layers of development, but actually the layers are a little bit simpler because they're more radical, if I can put it like that. We have essentially a medieval street which has been completely reconfigured, realigned in the 18th and then early 19th centuries. And then as part of that, we have development of a very different architectural character and formality from a lot of the rest of the conservation area. So we have two very different characters in very close proximity to the development site. The development site obviously is between them, forms part of one more so than the other, perhaps in some people's judgment. And then obviously, for completeness, in the corner you have, if you like, the 21st century contribution to the character of the area. So it's the time depth, it's the diversity of character within a very short distance here that you need to get your head around, you need to understand, and you need to use to inform your new developments.
Thank you. Now, just want to then get your comments on something that Mr. Stewart says in his rebuttal about this. And so could you take up his rebuttal proof, please? And when you've got it, turn to page 5.
Yep.
And in paragraph 1.8, he says that the conservation area is the asset where the disparity between his assessment and yours, and also Mr. Young's on behalf of HE, is greatest. And one of the points he picks up here is that the TVI BHA and heritage statement, he says, acknowledges that large-scale modern development is a prominent aspect of the conservation area's character and appearance, even in respect to buildings such as the Shard that lie out with it. The presence of this and other buildings means that to introduce other large-scale modern buildings is not inherently in conflict with the conservation area's character. What do you say about that?
Well, I say that there's Mr. Stewart is ignoring the boundary of the conservation area, and yes, there are tall buildings, there are large buildings which are visually appreciable from within the conservation area, but they are part of the setting of the conservation area, and they are not part of the existing special character within which this site sits. And this site sits within a character zone that comprises listed buildings to the east, north, west, and the site itself has elements which are deemed to be positive contributors. All of those are of very different character and appearance to the tall buildings and the development outside the conservation area, to which Mr. Stewart draws our attention. one of the purposes, or one of the purposes when you're designating conservation areas should be to make sure that the area you're designating is of special character. And that is the point. That's the starting point for considering then any development that you're proposing. And in a sort of theoretical way, you could say that over time, the distinct differences between urban conservation areas and their settings will become greater as development takes very different forms because of the need to comply with preserving the special character of the conservation area. So, so that's the difference. I don't agree. I think there is an inherent conflict introducing a tall building onto that site.
Now, if you go on to Mr. Goddard's rebuttal, please.
I thought I had it. Let me get it electronically. Can you give me the... Oh, if you've got one, that'd be very kind. Thank you very much.
Very nice.
I'll try to be nice on this side as well. Thank you very much. Well, I won't keep it.
You turn to page 5, please.
Yeah.
You've been talking about the tall buildings that lie outside the boundary, and what Mr. Goddard points out is well, there's a tall building that's now inside the boundary, Field and House, now Shard Place, and then he talks about what was said in the officer's report that led to that being approved. So that compares the position on the appeal site with the position on what is now Shard Place. But what do you say about that comparison?
I don't think the comparison holds up because of the location, for one thing, of one of the sites, which is on the edge of the conservation area, as opposed to the other site, which is in the heart of one of the character areas, distinct character areas. And that location is critical when you're looking at impacts for a tall building across the conservation area. So I don't find this very convincing as a comparator.
And then he goes on in paragraph 4.8 to make reference to the Vinegar Yard scheme, and a similar point is made there. Again, your response to that, please.
Yeah. Well, Vinegar Yard, which I've walked past several times, and you can see on the model, is quite a way beyond the boundary of the conservation area, will be partly obscured in certain views by the existing Guy's Tower. And as you come back in along St Thomas's Street from that direction, will be seen in the foreground of existing tall buildings. It is not in the heart of the conservation area, in the heart of one character area of the conservation area. It is not, as in my view, a credible comparison.
Thank you. And then finally on this, if we go to your proof of evidence, please, paragraph 1015 on page 124.
Yeah.
There's what appears to be a related issue here, which is the response in assessment to the fact that there are already tall buildings in the setting of heritage assets. So it seems to be the same sort of theme, and you identify the point, your concern about that. To what extent has that concern been addressed by what you've subsequently seen in the appellant's written evidence?
Well, it hasn't. There's been considerable and continuing reference to existing tall buildings clusters without reference to what the impact of existing tall buildings on the significance, and particularly the contribution made by setting to significance of several heritage assets, has been. And so, no, I don't get any comfort from what I've heard and seen.
Okay, so I then want to move on from that general overview to some key assets, and looking at the local first. We've got a number of listed buildings on and around the site, and the ones I want to ask you about first are, we'll look at them first as a group, Guy's Hospital, and then the listed buildings on either side of St Thomas Street. So you've got these, you deal with these. If you go to your proof at page 63, you've got a heading at the top of that page where these buildings are grouped together. It's that group that I want to look at first, and then I'll ask you just a few questions about Guy's as an asset in itself separately. And we're going to deal with this scheme by scheme, so 2018 scheme first. So if you go on in your proof to your paragraph 9.1 on page 67.
Yep.
You introduced there, and this is the point I think you mentioned in your oral evidence a little while ago, your commencement of your assessment with some general observations using the framework, which you then find over the page 68, those broad headings: location and siting, form and appearance, in particular. And what I'm going to ask you to do is look at the first two of those, so location and siting, and then form and appearance, to consider the impact on this set of assets.
Yep.
So first of all, on location and siting, where in your proof in 9.3, you explain that where there is close physical proximity between new development and the historic environment, success or failure will be readily apparent, and failures in the response to scale, mass, height, or grade will be clearly and directly experienced at close quarters. So you've made some comments about this group of assets already, so we can deal with it relatively briefly. But how do you say that applies to this group?
Well, it applies principally in your appreciation of the relationships between scale, height, and the way the new development relates architecturally to the group, i.e. to St Thomas's Street. And so two of those, for example, infilling the sky space above a significant section of the street with a development that is considerable in its height, will be one of the ways you will appreciate that. And you'll appreciate it standing in front of the terrace. You'll appreciate it going up and down the street in what are close proximity. And you will appreciate it within the setting of those heritage assets, because the set of all of those heritage assets, not least because it's a tall building, but also because all of those settings nest together. You can't draw a line and say, this is the setting of Guy's Hospital, this is the setting of the terrace, this is the setting of the chapel. They all relate. And so that coherence is very evident on the ground. You experience it on the ground. And so that, at close quarters, is what you're looking at in relation to this new development. The other aspect of that impact at close quarters is the accesses and exits to the development, so the creation of gaps in the street. Now, we know that the street evolved in stages. We know it's taken different forms over different periods, but for a long time it has had a fairly consistent, if I put it no stronger than that, building line along the south side, with limited access going through, and that building line, consistent building line, is part of the appreciable coherence, architectural coherence of the street. And what we're getting are, for various reasons, new entrances through that coherence, breaking that coherence up. So if you like, removing teeth from the smile, if I can put it sort of slightly more vividly, along the south side of the street, we're getting these gaps, and so we're breaking up the coherence. Those are two examples.
Okay, thank you. And then secondly, form and appearance, and this is where you deal with this in paragraph 9.4. So again, by reference to this group, how do you sort of explain, illustrate, as it were, how that would apply?
Well, the form and appearance is talking about how prominent or dominant or conspicuous the new development is. So in other words, how it's responding, what its role is within the context, within the setting. And going back to the building in context experience, if you like, it's identifying what role has the site got in terms of the historic character of the area. Is it a landmark site? Is it a site that should just be developed for more of the same, or is it a site that you actually don't want to draw attention to particularly? And so what we're having with these developments, this development is a development that is very prominent, couldn't get much more prominent, very conspicuous, and because of its proximity, physically rising above the heritage assets on one side of the street in very close proximity, and with its dimension, scale, massing, it will, you can't ignore it, it will be the focus of attention. Now, whether that is a good thing or a bad thing will depend on your point of view to a certain extent, but in heritage terms, the impacts there, the form and appearance, distracting from the architectural significance of the existing heritage assets, I think is clearly harmful.
And then, so far as the 2021 scheme is concerned, how would you summarise your view about the extent to which the impacts are similar or different?
In terms of the fundamentals, so the proximity, it's 2021 is much closer, in fact, almost overhanging the terrace, and the space between the terrace and the new development is minimal. So in certain views, it could almost appear attached. I know Mr. Stewart doesn't like me saying visual attachment, but to my mind, it would look like that. So it will be closer, but fundamentally, the impacts are going to be very similar in terms of distraction, prominence, and dominance because of the nature of the development. Now, the extent of that and how you appreciate it will be different because of the different materials and the different design approach. And in closer proximity, the refinements and the explanation of the layered facade that Mr. Alford gave yesterday will be appreciated, I would hope. You will have an opportunity to understand that and understand the care that's been taken with the elevation. But that doesn't take away from the fact that in terms of the fundamentals, the height, the position, the scale, the mass, that doesn't overcome that. For the earlier scheme, obviously, it's a different materiality. It's a different architectural approach. We've gone for slightly, I don't want to say, I'm trying to think of it as neutral, a bigger gestures, if you like, with the curve. And we've gone for a much more visual expression of the structure with the exoskeleton of the girders at each end. It's a different architectural approach, which has its own interest, but again, fundamentally, in terms of the height, scale, and massing, it's the same impact.
And then, if we look at the helpful table in the Heritage Statement of Common Ground, so pages 29, 30, 31, 32, we can see that the guides, we've got an identification of harm in both for both schemes, but a different way of formulating where that sits. But so far as the other list of buildings that we've just been looking at, if you look at page 30 for the 2018 scheme, you've got an identification of harm in relation to those below the middle or around the middle of the range, depending which one you're looking at. But no harm at all for the appellants, and essentially the same position arises in relation to 2021. Just briefly, your comment on that difference of view.
Well, as I understand it, and we've explored one example, the assessment and the judgment of no harm relies on the presence of existing tall buildings outside the conservation area within the setting of those heritage assets, and it relies on the architectural quality of the schemes. It doesn't, in my view, seem to acknowledge or understand, is perhaps putting it unfairly, but it doesn't seem to acknowledge that in heritage, your starting point is significance, and that's what you should be judging.
Okay. So the next asset I want your help with is the Borough High Street Conservation Area. And just starting, please, with its existing position, and you've said a few things about the nature of this conservation area and how that sits in terms of what you've described as a sensitive and complex historic environment. But just sort of briefly, how do you invite the inspector to approach the site's location within the conservation area as an element of that sensitivity?
Well, I would invite the inspector to start with looking at the area as a whole, so that you can get an understanding, excuse me, you can get an understanding of the diverse characters within the conservation area and the challenges that it presents, or the opportunities in terms of designing within that area. And those diverse characters mean that the whole of the conservation area is going to be sensitive, virtually the whole of it. Come to where it's less sensitive. But that sensitivity will depend on two things. It will depend on primarily the existing distinct character of the conservation area within each of its sub areas, and that the fact it's got 4 sub areas is an indication of the diversity and the complexity within the High Street conservation area. And the second element of sensitivity will arise from the type of development that is being promoted. But one area where I think you look at the sensitivity, the southern area is more fragmented and the grain is eroded by later largely transport alterations, so the sensitivities and the impacts will be different there. The northern approaches to the conservation area, including the river, are significant in terms of heritage and in relation to some of the principal buildings within the conservation area. And so the relationship of development to the river is a key aspect that needs to be thought about, and how that's expressed. But all of the areas of the conservation area, because of the existing heights, the general consistency of grain, consistency within each area, is susceptible to introduction of significantly different scaled development. And that applies with great force to sub-area 4 because of that coherence that I discussed earlier.
Yeah. And then so far as the impacts are concerned, in your proof of evidence, you address impacts on the conservation area, looking at both schemes together rather than in turn, which is a different approach from one you've adopted for other assets. And just briefly, why have you done that?
Well, I've done that because the key points are the grain and the scale of the conservation area in its different character areas, and the consistency relatively in some areas, greater in others, that imparts to the character. And so those qualities are sensitive to this type of development. So, as I indicated in the discussion about St Thomas's Street and the relationship of the development to the terrace, yes, those differences, there will be differences because of the different architectural nature of the two schemes, but fundamentally the impacts are because of the scale, height and massing. So that's why I've taken them together rather than go through pretty much the same things and make the proof longer.
Yeah. Now, so far as impact is concerned, we've talked about sub area 4 already. I just want to get your help with where one might look to get a sense of likely impact from other parts of the conservation area. And we could do that by reference perhaps to the 2018 TV IBHA.
Yep.
So that's CD 12 1, I think. And just not comprehensively, but just if you can give the inspector some useful views to have in mind when thinking about where else the conservation area this might have an impact.
Yeah.
Apologise.
No, don't worry. Yes, just a couple. Oh, I will. I can go to as many as you like, but I don't think you'd be pleased at that. So,
But I don't know whether there's a hard copy on the other side. Okay. Okay.
You should. But you are with me. It's these large images.
Yeah. So, thank you. Could you just identify some suitable images to inform this assessment?
There were several, but I'll choose two. Image 43, page 228 in here in the hard copy. And it should be headed Borough High Street, St Saviour's, Southwark War Memorial.
Yeah, page 232.
Thank you. I think the reason for choosing this one is that we're here in a different character area to the St Thomas Street character sub area, and we're looking at close to the landmark junction, I think it's described as in the conservation area appraisal. We're looking over towards the eastern side of the high street, and in terms of the general qualities of grain and height that I was talking about, you can see how some of those have survived here. You can also see interestingly, the War Memorial, which was one of the assets which I thought about long and hard as to whether I thought it was harmed by this development. And so we have a civic space here, and then we have the new development appearing in very, very close proximity, appearing to rise immediately above the buildings along the high street. I think that this illustrates the difference when you look at the left-hand image where the Shard is clearly appreciable, and you've got Shard Place appearing as a minor element just to the left. But this serves to demonstrate how the new tall development actually is perceived as being in the heart of the conservation area now and not as part of the background. So that I would suggest that you might want to have a stand and a think on the site and look at that one. The other one that I was interested in probably just pointing to was the view from, I think it's Bedale Street, if we've got that. I thought I'd marked it. Yes, it's 54. 2745. 2735.
Yes, 273.
Yeah, sorry, I've got a blank page here. 273. Yes, it is. 54 Borough High Street, Bedale Street. Okay. And I mean, this is obviously taken at the end, at the absolute junction. You obviously, as you go a little bit further west, you approach this, you can appreciate slightly more. But in this particular view, it's a similar point. You have here the Guy's Tower, and you have the Shard, clearly both visible, both in relative terms, visual terms, seen as in the background. Albeit very conspicuous in the case of the Shard. If you look at the impact of this new tall building, it appears again to have extended this form of development into the heart of the conservation area. Now, those are two views, but if you go round the conservation area and you're in all approaches to the conservation area, you will appreciate this new tall building. So it's extensive across the conservation area. There will be a few places where you won't see it because of the enclosed nature of the alleys, for example, and the yards, but in the principal routes coming in and out, and in the historic core of the conservation area, it will be regarded or seen or appreciated, in my judgment, as part of the conservation area, very, very, very visible.
And the related point is that a significant number of the listed buildings in respect of which you've identified harm are themselves situated within and form part of the conservation area.
Yeah.
And what do you say about the relationship between harm to the setting of those listed buildings and harm to the character of and appearance of the conservation area?
Well, they are interrelated. They're strongly interrelated because several of the highly graded heritage assets are some of the most significant historically and architecturally within the conservation area. So, for example, Southwark Cathedral, for example, Guy's Hospital. They're very, very different natures, but they are integral to the history and significance, architectural significance of the conservation area.
And then just a point of detail on this in your proof, just to make sure I've understood it. If you can go in your proof, please, to page 107, paragraph 979, which is dealing with the conservation area. And at the top of page 107, second line, you describe this as an historic area where visual prominence is currently reserved for major civic buildings, including the Cathedral and St George, the Martyr. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
What I mean by that is that in historic settlements, historic places that have evolved over many centuries, you commonly see an architectural hierarchy. And that will be a result of individual factors at individual centuries. And it will usually be the architectural hierarchy will relate to function. So commonly it will be the parish church or the cathedral, a major building like that, a castle, a town hall, a major place of exchange. All of those will be expressed architecturally in various ways. It could be through their scale, it could be because they create formal approaches, but they're all if you like, at the top of the tree. They are civic buildings of importance, and part of expressing that importance is done visually through their design, their materials, their height, their position. And so that's the point I'm making here. And probably St George the Martyr, which I've picked out here, that has become more visually prominent because of the changes to the character of the conservation area in that southern area, where it's opened up and become a little bit more fragmented. That means that that civic building has become even more visually prominent.
Yeah. And then, so far as the difference between your assessment and that of Mr. Stewart, that this is one where, as we looked earlier, that there's a very significant difference. You say harm, HE also say harm. Mr. Stewart says, well, not only is there no harm, but there's an enhancement. And so what's your response to the suggestion that character and appearance of this conservation area would be enhanced when compared to its existing state?
I genuinely don't understand or follow that assessment. From a heritage and significance perspective, the distinct character of that conservation area just is not enhanced by the presence of a development which is of dominant scale, visual prominence, in a location that's effectively a background area to existing historic buildings. I genuinely can't understand how that enhances the special character of the conservation area.
Thank you. Now, Madam, I'm conscious of the time, and we've got a couple of assets still to go. We are well advanced. I think we're probably about sort of 80% of the way through, but I would suggest it might be a good idea to take the tea break now if the tea is going to be available, and then finish off rather than soldiering on with the tea getting cold.
But yes, I've been reliably informed that the tea is here.
Excellent.
It's in the breakout area out there, just at the top. Yeah. You've got about 10 minutes in your allotted time. I give you 5 extra for IT being loading up. How long do you think you'll need extra?
I think I'll have a chat with Dr. Barker Mills in the break. He's not impaired
No, absolutely.
just to see if there's anything that we might cut out on the basis that he's covered it already. But I would have thought it might be more like sort of 15 to 20 as opposed to 10.
Okay.
But we're not far off.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Well, if we have it's 11:05, if we reconvene at 25 past, then
Thank you.
And enjoy the tea.
So we've got 4 assets. We'll deal with them succinctly, I hope. First of all, I promised earlier that we'd look at Guy's separately, and I just want to do that briefly first. There are 2 images, Dr. Barker Mills, I'd like you to have in front of you. They're from the 2 TVI BHAs. So if in the 2018 document, it's image 49, Guy's Hospital North Quad, which is page 253, and the internal pagination. 49. And then alongside that, the equivalent in the 2021 document, which is view 41. Okay, well, we can. That just might take a little long, but let's deal with it by reference to the 2018 one, and then we'll look at see if there's anything different on 2021. So looking at that, can you just summarise what are the key points that you want to just draw the inspector's attention to while we've got the image in front of us?
A couple of key points is the deliberate formal architectural qualities of the quad. So the traditional or established, well recognised architectural formality based on axial views, axial arrangements. And so we're looking at the west wing, which follows that neoclassical tradition of having a central axis emphasised by the pedimented projecting bay, and that emphasis rises from ground up to first floor and pediment. Of particular note is the relationship between the new building and this architectural formality. And the fact that the new building is just slightly off axis at an angle just adds to the dissonance, that relationship. The very strong articulation of that building, the girders, the exoskeleton, again, draw your eye. They are very visually prominent, very insistent, powerful, if you like. And of course, the image only shows the lower section of the building. We don't see the full effect. But if you're stood in a space that is all about axial formality, I think it's described as inward-looking by the appellants. Not necessarily one I would share, but if it's a square if it's a forecourt that is based on axiality, enclosure, calm, balance, and then you look at the impact of this, the impact is going to the heart of the architectural significance of this heritage asset.
Thank you. And then the equivalent image is image 41 in the 2021 TV IBHA. So you obviously got the same asset, same qualities and so on.
Yeah,
and grateful, yes. In terms of the key differences, similarities between the two?
Yeah, we shifted because of the location, the proximity of the building to the terrace. It shifted slightly further to the north, and so what we've got is the dissonance, the off-axis relationship is, to my mind anyway, even more evident. The angle and the rounded corners, the parallelogram, if you like, again adds to that dissonance. The strength of the articulation and the sort of strong verticality of those piers and the square, again, to my mind, makes it even more visually powerful. Fundamentally, the same issues are raised by the two schemes, and it's the proximity and the relationship of this new development with the architectural formality of the existing listed building and its square, and of course the statue that sits at the centre at the crossroads of those assets.
Thank you. We'll keep those documents reasonably to hand because we'll look at them for another asset. But next asset, briefly, is Church of St George the Martyr. And the simple point I want you to deal with here is the photos that you've got in your Appendix 3. because you describe the position in your proof by reference to those photos.
Yeah.
So can you just explain to the inspector what you've done and how you invite her to treat those photos when looking at this matter herself?
Yes. The purpose of providing these is that we only have one photograph that shows impact. One view that shows impact in relation to St George's, primarily with St George's in the centre of the image, and that's outside the station. The purpose of these is just to recommend that you go to look at the church, as I'm sure you will, and do the arc from the east to the west, from the south. So go from the top of Mint Street and then progress round along New Dover Street, and that's what these photographs are doing. And you can see in the first image, photograph 3, you can see the Shard and you can see the Tower of Guys, and so you can work out roughly where the new proposals will be. For the 2018 scheme, there will be it will be higher. The building will track to a certain extent, as indeed the Shard does, across the top of the roof of the church as you move round the building. And that's what photographs 4 and 5 just capture particular moments. They're not taken to indicate particularly significant, they're just indicating the travel of the Shard, which will similarly happen depending on how close and far away you are from the church. And then you end up with the view back closer to the one that's taking the HPI.
Thank you. Next asset, Southwark Cathedral, and I want to just look at 2 perspectives on this. By reference to the 2018 scheme and the TV IBHA for that, I want to look first at image 24, which is on page 153. So this is London Bridge upstream, City of London Bank, looking south. Yeah, that's fine. So once well, the one I'm looking at is the as proposed. So on the hard copy, it's page 153. Yeah. So just briefly, please, Dr. Parker-Mills, what are the key points by way of impact here?
I think the key point is to note currently the separation between the modern 20th and 21st century development around London Bridge and Milford and Thompson Street, which is effectively to the east of the bridge, and you have that gap where the bridge goes down the historic route, and the cathedral tower rising above what were former warehouses, now modern development, and that carefully opened up view back to and connection back to the river, which is currently with trees in front of it, which helps with its announcing its presence once again in relation to the river. What happens is you have this new building which appears in this view right on in the gap, much closer to the cathedral, and presenting a distraction. In this view, the perceived scale of the tower of the cathedral is quite modest. But because of the general consistency of architecture in front of it, it still has enough presence to draw the eye. That will be affected by and undermined, I suggest, by the new building.
Thank you. And then the next, in the same document, there's a series of images starting in, it's 56, 1 through to 56, 5. So in terms of the internal pagination, it's 280 onwards. 280 is the existing for 56.1.
And then they're 0.1 to
And so these are the images from the TV BRJ. I'd like to just, first of all, briefly summarise the key points, and then also explain for the inspector the relevance of the photos, the additional photos you provided in your Appendix 2, which are in the area immediately to the north of the cathedral. So deal with those in turn, please.
These are a series of images taken from effectively the west to the heading east in an arc around the north of the cathedral along Montague Close. They are expressly referred to as being a series of views, so they're intended to sort of replicate the journey, kinetic view. And essentially, what you're seeing is the relationship between the new building and the cathedral, and how it appears above initially the nave, and then it disappears, and then it re-emerges as you move round, visually attached to the tower. And the tower is obviously the crossing point, one of the major architectural elements of the building, and the pinnacles added in by Wilp add to its visual presence, and are quite delicate, decorative, and those are also affected by the intrusion of this tall building. And then as you move round, you get areas where you still retain an ability to see the outline of the cathedral against clear sky. But then pretty soon afterwards, again, you see that on view 56.3, that extremely unfortunate relationship between the new building and what is one of the primary architectural elements of that ecclesiastical building. The relevance of my photographs was
just so these are in your appendix, photographs 12, 13 and 14, so pages 15 and 16. So we can see where these are: south side of Minerva Square, centre section of the north side of Minerva Square, and then the northwest corner of Minerva Square. So these are additional, as I understand it.
These are additional, and they're put in just to emphasise the approach I've taken is to look at changes in the setting between the second and cathedral. And some of those changes have, as indeed has been pointed out by Mr. Stewart, included the introduction of tall buildings in the context of the cathedral. Other changes have been ones that have enabled new views of the cathedral, and views where it's possible to see the cathedral framed by development rather than having development appearing against it within the sky and challenging it visually. And those they may have been assessed and not included. I've put them in there because I feel they're important views and some of the best views to appreciate both the architecture and the historic importance of the cathedral in relation to the river, that connection I spoke about earlier. And as you come out of the square onto Montague Close, that's when you start to appreciate the busier and the more modern development. And I wasn't clear in my own mind as to where the new development would sit in relation to these views. So I don't know. I'm not saying it would appear, but I'm saying it needs consideration, and it may well have been considered, but I haven't seen anything to say so.
Okay. And then 2021 scheme, key similarities and difference in terms of impact. I mean, just by way of commentary, because I think you in the Heritage Statement of Common Ground identify an impact on Southwark Cathedral, which is essentially the same. You've used the same description in relation to both.
Yes.
Whereas I think HE go from high to medium. So just briefly, why do you come to the same overall assessment in terms of where the harm sits?
I come to that assessment because although the impacts are not precisely the same, notably with regard to the pinnacles and the very decorative top of the tower, the 2021 scheme doesn't impinge on those. Because of its different proportions, its wider form, it actually appears in a section of view, put it like that, to embrace, get as far as neutrally as I can, both sides of the tower. So it's both edges of the profile of the tower that then have the 2021 scheme visually attached, albeit that the upper section of the tower is free. So it's a different impact, but the nature of that impact on the significance is similar. And so within the grading, I've said I think they're about the same. They're different in form, but they are about the same. EH have come to a slightly different conclusion, but we are still within range of each other. And that goes back to that earlier evidence I gave about the approach, meaning that you might end up slightly differently, but not miles apart.
Thank you. And then the final asset, the Tower of London World Heritage Site. Just a couple of quick questions on this, please. In your proof of evidence, at paragraph 9.8, please. Yeah, 9.8, which is on page 70. You make a point here in relation to verified views, and you say, well, whilst rightly regarded as important, they have some limitations in terms of illustrating impact. And then you give, as an example, by reference to your Appendix 3, illustrations of the Tower Local Setting Study View 1 for Capitol House, and you make a point there about the comparison between the two. Just briefly, what's the nature of the point, and what do you invite the inspector to do when assessing these matters on site?
The overarching point is that you'd be pleased to know here, Mr. Stewart and I agree, views have their value. Nothing substitutes for going out on site and looking yourselves. We say it for different reasons, but we both say similar things. Some of the views I feel don't give you the full impact. Some of the views, for example, Trinity Church Square, actually don't show current impact from tall buildings. So you can see the top of the cheese grater, and you can see the top of, I think it's Heron Tower, which aren't really very visible in the view that's been provided in the TV BHIA. So it works both ways. For me, particularly with the tower, because of the nature of the significance of the tower, its three-dimensional form, the setting, and the role that setting has in the significance of that asset, I think it's vitally important that you look at all of the viewpoints and you work your way around the inward work outside.
Thank you. So far as the 2018 scheme is concerned, the difference between you and the appellants in terms of harm, you say just below the middle of the range, less than substantial harm. They say no harm. What do you say about the suggestion that this is not about where harm sits on the spectrum, but whether there's any harm at all?
I say that that assessment doesn't appear to have taken into account policy changes which have increased the protection to be given to the World Heritage Site. And that history is well rehearsed in the evidence. And so therefore, I think that to say that there's no harm, I don't think, I definitely don't agree with it. I don't think that it's a credible suggestion.
And then for the 2021 scheme, you assess the harm as being at the low end of the range. Why do you not go as far as to say that there's no harm at all?
I don't go as far as to say no harm at all, because although the scheme is much lower, and therefore the visual impact and the presence of the building from within the inner ward, that is the green, is much less. When you go to the eastern side of the ward, which is not shown in the TVBHIA, and you look from lower level, not from the ramparts, but from lower level near the Lanthorn Tower, you will still see a significant part of this building. whilst enclosure is not as important to that side of the tower, because that's the side that has the visual linkages to the river, and so therefore needed to see and needed to control. Nevertheless, something tall appearing above those defences, above the watergate and the crenellations, actually has an impact on the concentric defences. So therefore the harm is still there, albeit at a lower level.
Thank you. And then briefly, conclusions. Can you summarise your overall conclusions on this, please?
Well, I think my overall conclusions would really be that you need to be rigorous about the approach, and you need to understand the impacts. You need to understand significance, and you need to use that significance to assess impacts thoroughly and robustly. The aim of Mppf policy with regards to heritage historic environment is to sustain conservation, to sustain significance as part of conservation and as part of placemaking, to hand it down to future generations. And if you don't do that, you're failing to create new places that people will value. And so I think that here, given the importance both of the local environment, but also the wider environment, context, a wider setting, whatever you want to call it, it's vitally important that an intervention like this avoids causing harm. It hands those areas on to future generations as intact as possible. And I just feel it doesn't do that. I don't feel that the significance has been fully acknowledged and recognised and used to inform the proposals.
Thank you. Madam, those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Right, we'll start then with cross-examination, and we've got a list, I think, that's been circulated of core documents. Have you got that? No, right.
Is it?
We just prepare ourselves and you.
Oh, fantastic.
Easy peasy.
No, I got. I'll probably see it.
Yes, of course. So it's on you, Mrs. It's all mod cons here now.
Excellent.
This.
Debate, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we've got a fairly lengthy period, so I'm in your hands, cross-examination. I mean, yeah, so in your hands in terms of lunch. I'm just always thinking about food, you see. So if there's a natural break that you have, if we can stop there, we'll have a break for an hour. So I'm in your hands there.
My lack of style being it wasn't actually have lunch, so just stop somewhere. Girls, good morning. Still, obviously, let me turn my microphone on and start behaving myself. So I just want to start with some, I hope, sort of helpful scene setting, if you like. I suppose I'd put a lot of these points under the heading of matters of approach. If we wanted a heading, that would be it. I think it would be useful for you to, if you can, sort of have multi-documents available to you, and I think as you're doing them hard copy, it'd be easy for you. It'd be nice if you could have open the Heritage Statement of Common Ground at that very helpful table that starts at page 29 that you've gone to quite a bit in chief. It'd just be nice to have that on the desk, readily to hand.
Yes, I have got that.
That's a jolly useful piece of work. And then where we're going to start is we're just going to start with some really basic stuff, so forgive me, but with the framework. So in the core document library, that's DO1, but a lot of us have got our own copies, but we'll just wait for the inspector to open that. So, and the part of the framework that I want to look at starts at its original page 57, and it's the page that starts considering potential impacts. It's the page that starts with the paragraph 199, so it might be just a little bit on from the actual original page number in the PDF. It is 57, so it's still 57. That's good. Okay, so I know you can do this in your sleep, Dr. Markham Mills, but you know, so forgive me. But as we're known, just to set the scene, so there's some structure to all of this. In the case in hand, we are looking at a paragraph 202 case. That's to say, where a development proposal will lead to less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, then that harm is to be weighed against the public benefits.
Yes.
Now, the harm that one is seeking to establish, first of all, presence or absence of, and secondly, if present, then the degree, is not harm to heaven knows what, but harm to the significance of the asset that you're considering.
Yes.
Significance of the asset.
Yeah.
And we know that in the glossary, which is found, the relevant part of which is found at page 71,
yes,
we know that significance for heritage policy is defined very helpfully in the framework. The value of a heritage asset to this and future generations because of its heritage interest, and then it goes on. So we're looking to see whether there would be harm to the value, the heritage interest, the significance. These sort of, if you like, interchangeable words, aren't they, really, in relation to the assets?
Yeah, interchangeable to a certain extent. Yes, we're looking at heritage significance.
Heritage significance, which is value to this and future generations because of, value. Why? Because of its heritage interest.
Yes.
That's the key concept. And then while we're on that page, just to help us, save us, having to come back to this, obviously, as we know, just above that, there's the definition in the glossary of setting for a heritage asset. The surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced, not fixed, may change, might make a positive or a negative or a neutral contribution, and may affect the ability to appreciate the significance of the asset. So there's the definition of setting.
Yes.
All right. So now, I just want, if we can return to the framework at page 57, please, where we were at paragraph 202. Can I just pick up a point that you raised a little while ago in your evidence in chief that I might as well do it now because, to be honest, I'll forget it otherwise. And it's a point you made about the Tower of London. Do you recall that you said that you felt that our assessment, so Mr. Stewart's assessment, hasn't really, if you like, caught up with the fact that the Tower of London as a World Heritage Site has greater policy protection, say, now than it did, I don't know, before this greater policy protection came along? Do you remember making that point?
Yeah.
Now, I was interested in that because where one's looking to see what the impact would be on the significance of an asset, just help me with this. Let's say that let's accept that it's correct that the World Heritage Site has, say, greater protection in the London plan than it did in the previous London plan. Let's just accept that. I just wondered where that plays into the assessment. And it seems to me that, if anything, it plays into the assessment at paragraph 199 of the framework. So if you just look at that with me, please. This is where, when one's considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of an asset, great weight should be given to its conservation. The more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. I'm not sure myself, forgive me, what do I know about these things, but I'm not sure myself that the greater policy protection goes to the degree of harm to the asset. I can understand it being said more weight now than before because of what's said in policy something or other. Do you see my point?
I see your point, but I don't think it's as separated as you've put it.
Right.
But you're right in saying that it's the London Plan policy to which I'm referring, and not the NPPF.
Sure.
So yeah, I agree with you on that. I think that.
Do you see my point?
I can see your point.
It's just that the harm, whatever it might be, is the harm. Whether it's got, more policy protection as an asset now than it had, say, I don't know, 5 years ago, doesn't affect the degree of harm. It probably would affect the degree of weight. You see, it doesn't affect the degree of harm. The harm is the harm.
The harm is the harm, but you've got to look certainly in terms of the World Heritage Site, you've got to look at the nature of that harm and how it relates to the particular significance, and where the tightening has come, the evolution of the tightening of that policy has come as a direct result of previous harm arising from a particular form of development. So that's why I characterised it the way I did.
All right. Well, we just have to differ if you like, but thank you for your answers. The inspector has the point I've made, and the inspector has your answer to it. Mm-hmm. Let's move on. I only did that twice, by the way. That's not bad, is it? So, let's move on. Now, what I want to do, please, is with that helpful table in the Heritage Statement of Common Ground to hand, that begins at page 29, just as a aid memoir, we know that there is a difference between you and Mr. Stewart in some instances as to whether there is harm.
Yeah.
It's always less than substantial if there is harm, whether there's less than substantial harm to asset X, whatever it might be. And in those cases where Mr. Stewart considers there would be harm, less than substantial, there is, I think, in every case, a difference of degree between you and he as to, where it sits in that less than substantial range.
Yes, although the way it's expressed, it's considerably less than substantial harm. So I'm not actually, I know it's less than substantial from what he said, but I'm not sure where on the less than substantial scale it is. So I don't know whether we do agree or whether we're close or whether we're quite a way away.
All right, fine. That's fine. I can pick that up with Mr. Stewart in due course. I think if you read the text and his evidence and the assessment which surrounds the judgment, you'll understand that he sees the harm.
I understand.
Don't worry.
Oh, sorry, if I missed, I understood that to be the phrase that had come from his evidence, because I have seen it several times.
It does come. Dr. Barker, it does come from his evidence. Mm-hmm. But as I was saying, and you probably didn't hear, as I was saying, if you read the evidence on the asset in question as a whole, so I think you're looking at the Guy's Hospital, it's apparent from his explanation that he sees the harm as being quite a bit less than you do. But don't worry, we can pick this all up in due course. My only point is there are differences, an introductory point is there are differences of degree in the calibration of harm on your side of the argument, if you like, and on ours, as is obvious from reading the evidence. Right.
Yeah.
Now, having set the scene, the question I really want to understand is this. We know that in order to decide that there's less than substantial harm to an asset, we need to have some understanding of what substantial means in this field, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Because if you don't have that understanding, you can't say to yourself, well, is it substantial or is it less than substantial?
Yes.
Thank you. So that's the first thing one needs to have some understanding of. And secondly, if one equipped with whatever that understanding is, if one then decides that the degree of harm is less than substantial, one then needs to have some understanding of how to grade that less than substantial harm, because we're all following, in the main, there or thereabouts, the advice that it's a good idea to try to calibrate that less than substantial harm. So is it almost substantial? Is it very low, less than substantial? Is it somewhere in the middle? We're all trying to do that. So can I start with the first of those 2 points, really, please, which is, how is it in your assessment that you've approached this? What was in your mind when you thought to yourself, well, is this substantial or is this less than substantial? So how have you thought to yourself, well, where's the dividing line, so to speak, between those two concepts? So just give it to me as you've done it, and then once I've heard that and I've understood it, we can perhaps examine it.
I've done it on the basis of the NPPG,
right,
which talks about looking at key characteristics. So it's not the scale of the development, the extent, scale of change. It's the impact of that change. A minor change may cause substantial harm, more likely not. A major change may cause substantial harm, but sometimes might not. So what I've done is looked at or tried to understand the significance of the asset, and then I've looked at the impact on those individual significances, and where those significances, in my judgment, play into the key characteristics. So, for example, guys, the key architectural characteristic of axial arrangement formality, then I've looked at that in particular to see what the impact is, and that's led me then to the judgment. In terms of a boundary, the boundary is not fixed. It's how much is that significance reduced? In my view.
Yes. Okay. Well, let's look at the PPG, because that might, now that you've told me you worked on the basis of the PPG, which is helpful of you to have said that. Let's look at the PPG and just tease out what that actually means, if you like, in the way in which you've gone about it. So the PPG is core document D11. The paragraph I imagine you had in mind must be, how can the possibility of harm to a heritage asset be assessed? And it's paragraph, this wonderfully clunky paragraph numbering. I'm hoping the planning reforms, if they ever come, we get rid of the PPG. But anyway, 18A, or at least it's numbering, 18A/018, 18A/018-018.
Sorry,
I don't know what page that's on.
Bear with me, because I'm going to have to go there electronically.
Okay, so it's D11. Was this on my list? I think it was.
Yes, it
is. Is it in there?
Page 9.
Oh, sorry, don't worry. I was probably looking in the wrong place. Yes, I've got it. It's me. Too many documents.
Don't worry.
Sorry, page.
Very well looked after over there.
I am, yes, thank you.
I've got no idea what page it is in the hard copy document.
I've got the harm to conservation areas, and then
there's a paragraph.
Yeah.
The numbering is at the end of it.
I think is it 13 or 18?
18A-018, I think, because it uses some of the language which you've just used to us.
Yeah.
It's probably what you had in mind. So can we just go to the paragraph together, and then let me just see whether this is what you were looking at. So 18A-018, the referencing is at the end of the section.
Yeah.
The heading is, how can the possibility of harm to a heritage asset be assessed?
Yeah. Yes, I will get there. Don't worry.
Don't worry, that's all right.
I've got it. Yes. I've got it. Yes.
And in the, I would say to people, number every paragraph, etc., but in the unnumbered paragraphs in this section, it's 1, 2, 3, it's the fourth paragraph. Whether a proposal causes substantial harm would be a judgment for the decision maker. Jolly good. Having regard to the circumstances of the case and the policy and the framework. In general terms, substantial harm is a high test. Can we just pause there? I take it you don't quarrel with that.
No, in my experience, I don't deal with many cases where substantial harm is included. So yes, I agree.
You're good. So substantial harm is a high test, so it may not arise in many cases. It's jolly good at stating the obvious, this PPG, isn't it? But there you are. For example, in determining whether works to a listed building constitute substantial harm, an important consideration would be whether the adverse impact seriously affects a key element of its special or historic interest. It's a degree of harm rather than the scale of development to be assessed. So is that reference there, the adverse impact, whether it seriously affects a key element of the interest, is that what you had in mind? I suspect it rather.
That was my starting point. Yes. You asked, how do you approach the difference between the two? So my starting point was to try in order to identify whether it's substantial or likely to be less than substantial.
Yes. And so because we're just on that, what's the difference between substantial and less than substantial as a concept? We're not on degrees yet. We're coming to that. So it's a high test, and one's looking for something, an adverse impact, which can be described as a serious one, aren't we? For it to be substantial. Yeah. Because it's been said elsewhere, we can look at it if needs be, that substantial and serious are interchangeable words. You've heard that before. I
have heard that, yes.
Yes, and you don't quarrel with that.
No, I don't quarrel with it. No, the way I expressed it was whether it is very much reduced as opposed to
yes.
serious.
I'm not going to trespass into that. Reasons that my learned friend would be aware of. So you.
But generally,
you would agree with, or you would not agree.
No. I would agree.
Interchanging substantial and serious.
Yes.
So we're looking to see. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I'm talking at you. Sorry. Yes,
that's fine. No, it's very nice for you to talk at me. So we're looking for something which is serious by way of the harm it does, and in order to work out whether it's serious, one looks to see whether it's doing serious harm to something which is key to the interest, the heritage interest of the asset in question. So it's a high bar, high test to be substantial. Is it seriously harmful? Is it seriously harmful to something which is key to the interest of the asset in question?
Yep.
So if it's that, then it's substantial. If it isn't that, it's less than substantial.
Yes.
Yes. So therefore, to be less than substantial, you are not seriously affecting something which is key to the interest of the asset.
You're not seriously affecting, but the approach is valid because it provides you with a benchmark for how to assess harm.
Sure. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
But I'm putting this to you, so I'm not quarrelling with this. This is what I'm putting to you. So. So to be less than substantial, just by definition, before we start talking about the grades, just by definition, whatever the harm is, it's not seriously harming something which is key to the asset's historic heritage interest. Heritage interest.
Seriously, within the definition that you've put, yes.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
What I've just put.
Yeah.
So these points of approach are important.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Good. All right. Well, that's helpful. Thank you very much indeed. And so then, with that in mind, so we know in this case that even were the inspector to accept lock, stock, and barrel your assessment of the impact on the harm to the assets that you've set out, or indeed, Historic England's assessment. In both cases, and in all cases across the board, she will have on her table, if you like, in her report, conclusions that there would be harm, but it would not seriously affect something which is key to the heritage interest of these various assets. That's what the upshot of all of that is.
That's the upshot of that line of argument.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean to say that the harm, unless you're going to ask me this, stop me if I'm wandering off the point.
I was going to come to degree next.
Fine. Okay. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Yeah. Okay. So that's the starting point.
Yep.
Is it lunchtime? Yeah. No, that's the starting point. And where we go to next is the calibration. So we know that's the tripwire between substantial and less than substantial. We talked about that now. And then next, we have to ask ourselves, well, okay, it's not substantial, it's less than substantial, but how much less than substantial is it, or how little less than substantial is? So what are your steps? So you've got in your, if we look at the heritage statement of common ground, we've got an upper, we've got a middle, upper end, middle end, and lower end.
Yeah.
But in a number of cases we're not really upper, we're not really middle, we're not really lower, we're sort of somewhere in between, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I've tried to be as helpful as I can because it's my judgment, my assessment. I've given you, if you like, the parameters where I'm looking, but I can't tell you it's to use the numerical. I can't tell you it's 64 out of 100 as opposed to 65.
No,
I can tell you somewhere in the 60s if that helps. So that's the behind the language, and I'm sorry if it's not helpful.
No. I'm not criticising at all. I'm trying to understand it.
Yes.
Once I understand it, then we've understood it. We can say something about it.
That's fine.
So we've got upper, middle, low, and we've got betwixt and between.
Yeah.
Just as a matter of that's how you've done it. Given that by definition, as we've seen, by common understanding, as we've seen, to be less than substantial, it's not seriously affecting, not seriously harming something which is key. I mean, how, for example, do you then say, let's just take the easy steps, let's not worry about the betwixt and between. How, for example, in your mind, have you gone about thinking, well, how do I calibrate whether it's upper, high, if you like, high less than substantial, or middle, medium less than substantial, or low less than substantial? How have you gone about doing that as a generality we'll come to the assets in turn later, but how have you gone about that as a generality, just so I can understand the approach?
As a generality, I've gone with my first starting point is to look at the significance. So and what form that what elements of heritage interests it's got.
Sure.
So in many of these cases, the architectural interest. So starting from that, I've looked at that, and I've looked to see in my own mind how much of that interest applies to the asset in question, because not all of it will be of equal importance. And then I've looked at how the impact affects that characteristic. And so that's the theory, if you like.
No, I mean, to be honest, I'd assumed that or understood that anyway. I'd understood it, but that doesn't really help me with how do you then calibrate whether it's high, if I can use some interchangeable words, high, middle, medium, or low.
It's a little difficult to try and explain it in theory. I suppose if I can take an example that I won't sort of repeat. If I take something like Southwark Cathedral and just look at its architecture, forget the historic side of it, look at the architecture. Within the architecture, the way the silhouette is composed, the plan form, the tower is not only the most visually obvious, but in terms of architecture and history, is one of the more significant elements of that building. So that gives me not a key, but an important characteristic for that building. So if that is the element that is being affected, then that starts to move it up the scale.
Right.
That's the sort of way I've approached it.
Okay. But in all of this, sort of one I was going to ask you slightly later on, but I'll ask you now, given the example you've given. In all of this, I mean, we're really trying to work out the degree of impact, the degree of harm, if it's an adverse impact, the degree of harm to the heritage interest of the assets of, if you like, 360 degrees, all the heritage interests of it. So because remember, we're not talking about something which is seriously harmful to a key element of the heritage interest by definition. So it's not key, and it's not seriously harming a key thing. So, so once one's in that field, then surely one's got to put into context, well, the Tower of the Cathedral, our tall building, whichever version of it appears in some of the views, close to behind the Tower of the Cathedral. And one's got to ask oneself, well, how does that relate to the heritage significance of the asset as a whole, surely? How does that impact on the heritage interest of the asset as a whole, all of its heritage interest?
Yes, but in reaching that assessment or looking at that, as I said earlier, not all aspects of the heritage asset will have equal significance in terms of architecture. So you can't just say, if you like, putting it numerically, you can't just say the tower is one part, it's a small part, it comprises this bit, and therefore, when you look at the whole, the impact is reduced because that's only one little bit.
No, I'm not saying that, I don't know, the tower is X percent proportionally of the cathedral. That's not my point. I'm talking about the heritage interest of the cathedral in all its aspects and all its elements. Because in order to decide how much less than substantial harm, how much less than doing serious harm to a key thing, how much less than that are we in any particular instance, you've got to calibrate that against the whole heritage interest, all of it, haven't you?
Yes, and
okay.
I have calibrated it, but I won't repeat it.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand how you've gone about doing it. All right. So, good. Let's move on. Now, in carrying out this analysis, it's all still under matters of approach. In carrying out this analysis, I mean, you yourself rightly draw, if I might say, the distinction between a harmful impact upon the heritage significance or heritage interest of an asset, and where we're dealing with a new building which is within the setting of a heritage asset, whatever the impact might be on the setting itself.
Yes.
Because and so much loose language, I have to say, is used in these cases, not by you, Dr. Mark Mills, of course, but by others. We often find people talking about harm to the setting of a listed building, the degree of harm to the setting, but that's not the point. Because what one's doing is saying, well, look, this tall building, either of our schemes is within the setting of, I don't know, Guy's Hospital, and one's not asking oneself how much harm would it do to the setting of the Guy's Hospital, but rather, would there or would there not be a harmful impact upon the heritage significance of Guy's Hospital as a listed building, as a Grade 2-star listed building?
Would there be harm? Yes.
Yes.
To the significance or the contribution that setting currently makes to, is the way I phrase it. So it's not the setting as an asset itself, as you rightly say. It's the contribution that setting makes to the significance or the ability to appreciate the significance.
Well, let's just pause and think about that, if you don't mind. I might have misunderstood what you've just said. Let me just check. So you go about in your mind's eye, sort of, if you like, assessing the degree of impact upon the contribution that the setting makes to the heritage significance of whatever the asset is. Yeah. But even so, you think that all through, you wash it all through, but where's it going to? And the end destination's got to be whatever that impact is on the contribution that part of the setting makes to the heritage interest of the listed building or whatever it might be. You're still asking yourself, ultimately, what is the degree of impact on the heritage interest of the listed building? That's still the bottom line. So
that's one of the bottom lines.
The bottom line.
The way the guidance is structured, the MPPG, etc., and indeed Historic England's guidance does refer to the ability to appreciate, and it's the contribution. So it's not just the asset in isolation. Is the point.
Okay, so can I just? So I may have to pick up on this by asking some more questions. So let me just understand this. Are you disagreeing, therefore, with the concept that if you want to do it that way, methodologically, once you've worked out how important is this part of the setting to the heritage interest of the assets, what would be the impact of the new thing, the new building on that part of the setting? Are you disputing, quarrelling with the notion that even so, ultimately, one has to feed all of that into an assessment of what would be the degree of harm to the heritage significance / interest of the asset itself? Are you quarrelling with
I'm not quarrelling with it. I'm just making sure that by saying that we are not ignoring the ability to appreciate, and we're not ignoring the concept of contribution to. So no, the ultimate, as you say, the ultimate aim is to conserve the significance.
Yes. The ultimate aim is to conserve the significance, but in these assessments, the ultimate aim is to work out whether there would be harm to significance in the first place, and if there is, how much.
Yeah.
Because, another point of approach, having established all of that, so the inspector having decided she agreed with you, or Historic England, or us, or the inspector may could well steer her own course and take bits and bobs and do her own thing. Fair enough. But once she's done all of that, that's not the end of it, because obviously that then feeds into the 202 weighing scales in the framework.
Absolutely.
And that's where you're, in effect, handing the case over, if you like, to somebody else.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So none of these things are the ultimate, even if you're right, across the piece.
Yeah.
That doesn't give us the ultimate answer, obviously.
No, there is it's part of the process.
It's an important piece, doubtless, but it's a piece of a jigsaw puzzle.
It is a piece of the process, yes.
Yeah, okay. Right. Now then, can I ask you, please, about something that was said in one of these decisions that has been drawn to the inspector's attention? It's the Edith Summerskill House decision. So that's called document H20.
Yes, I have that.
And it's the passage in the inspector's conclusions with which the Secretary of State agreed that our attention's been drawn to. In fact, my own friend mentioned this in his opening. In the inspector's report, it's page 78, and it's a paragraph number that begins, run of paragraphs, it begins 12.49. So someone's going to give me the PDF page, sorry. My fault. Scrolling going on here.
PDF page 96.
96, PDF page 96. I'm going to write that on this, PDF page 96. Because remember, we've been talking about setting, significance, etc. So you'll know in this inspector's report, and this was Mr. Griffiths, wasn't it? Yes, in this inspector's report, agreed with Secretary of State agreed. We know that at 12.49 he talks about matters of approach generally, and then at 12.50 he says in cases where the impact is on the setting of a designated heritage asset, it is only the significance that asset derives from its setting that's affected. All the significance embodied in the asset itself would remain intact. In such a case, unless the asset concerned derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, it's very difficult to see how an impact on its setting can advance a long way along the scale towards substantial harm. Then he goes on to talk about a particular asset, which obviously is pertinent to that case. Now, that approach at 12.50, I think my learned friend said in his opening, well, that's one approach. But I just wanted to ask you about it. I mean, what do you think of it? Because it's pretty good old-fashioned common sense to me. But so there's a dangerous concept in planning. But what do you make of it? Because it seems to have the sort of ring of logic to it, if you like. But what do you say to it, Dr. Barker?
My reaction to that is bit that concerns me is it's very difficult to see, not impossible, I note, but it's very difficult to see how an impact on setting can advance a long way towards substantial harm to significance. So it's almost equating. It's not explicit, but it's almost equating not numerically, but it's almost equating the amount of contribution to the amount of harm, rather than looking at the quality of the harm. I mean, the inspector at the Tulip put it in a way that said, it's what's affected that matters, not what isn't affected.
Right.
And in terms of the contribution, it's how significant, in my eyes, it's how significant that contribution is to the significance, not whether it's the whole of the contribution or the whole of the significance. And I can think of, if you like, in theory, let's put the Tulip as one example, but another one would be you could put a building in front of the Royal Crescent in Bath, a small house in front of the Royal Crescent in Bath, and most of the significance would still be there in the fabric. A lot of the significance would still be there in terms of looking up at the Crescent from the lawn, but that building, whether it's on axis or just off axis or whatever it is in that part of the setting, would have a very big impact on the significance of that heritage asset. So I see what he's saying. I just put a note of caution that I don't think it's as commonsensical, no, not common, as simple as that would be the way I would put it. And I'm not suggesting he's being simplistic, but I just think it's a bit more nuanced than it is there.
Okay, that's a long answer. Interesting answer, but long. Can we just remind ourselves that the sentence is based on a proposition at the beginning of the sentence? Yeah. So you went straight to it's very difficult to see an impact on its setting and advance a long way. But that is based on the logic is, as he explains, in such a case. That's where it's a setting it's a building in the setting rather than you doing some damage to the actual asset itself.
That is correct. Yeah.
So unless the asset concerned, this is his proposition, unless the asset concerned derives a major proportion of its significance from its setting, and then he makes the point. And I struggle to see what's wrong with that, Dr. Barker-Mills, because let's turn it around, if only a minor part of the significance of an asset comes from the part of the setting where your new building is, then it is jolly hard to see how that's going to do much by way of harm to the significance of the asset. What's wrong with the proposition, do you think?
I'm just saying that you shouldn't apply the proposition in a sort of either a mathematical way by saying it's only a little bit. I'm just saying that you need to start from significance. Yes, the first sentence says you're looking at the significance that the asset derives from its setting. I agree. That's what I've done. But I'm just a little cautious, and that's all I'm saying. I'm a little cautious about that last sentence, and particularly the presumption that it's difficult to see. Now, it may well be for him difficult to see how an impact on the setting can advance a long way towards a scale. I just prefer to go down the route of, as my approach is to be clear in my own mind where I think the contribution from setting is, and then to address that impact in that way.
All right, thank you. Well,
that's all I'm saying.
No, we've looked, and I put my points, you've answered me. Thank you, the inspector's got it. You refer to the tulip, or the approach in the tulip. My gosh, all these names, but...
sorry about that.
No, not at all. Probably one tall building in central London I personally wouldn't have supported, but there you are. So you're on
the side of the angels.
Exactly. So CDH10, forgive me, Mr. Pollard. CDH10 is the decision. Yeah. And I would like to go to the passage in the decision letter itself, which agrees with what's said by the inspector. So I just want to identify the passage first of all. So it's decision letter paragraph 16. It's on PDF page 3 of 210 for the inspector's reference.
Yeah. What was that page?
It's gone now. It's a moment in time. Page 3 of 210 in core document H10.
Yeah.
Okay. Paragraph 16.
Paragraph 16.
Thank you.
So, ma'am, you've got it?
Got it.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Barker-Mills, you there?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
This is where the Secretary of State says, echoing words which are used in the inspector's report for our inspector's reference at paragraph 14.2 of the inspector's report, echoing our colleague's words, that he agrees, the Secretary of State says, the starting point for understanding the significance there it was the Tower of London World Heritage Site is a statement of outstanding universal value, and that the key point is not whether some aspects would be left untouched, but the importance of what would be affected. That is the setting to its significance. And I think that's the approach that you've said you particularly align yourself with.
Yes, because...
It's not a trick question.
No, yes, sorry, I'll stop adding to it, yes.
Okay. And so can we just sort of unpack that, or whatever the horrible modern word is. So the key point is not whether some aspects would be left untouched, but the importance of what would be affected. That's the setting to its significance.
Yes.
And again, I just want to understand where in your mind that goes, because surely in working out the degree of, in our case, less than substantial harm to the significance of an asset, it is important to bear in mind not only what elements of significance might be harmed by the project in question, but to put that in the wider context of all those elements, or however many or few elements, wouldn't be harmed. I mean, that wider context is important in order to calibrate the degree of less than substantial harm, isn't it?
You would need to have an understanding of that wider context. Yeah. I agree with you. The bit where I think we may be moving apart is how you then approach calibrating the harm where you've identified it, and that's where my cautiousness with the earlier approach comes in, because I don't want to, I personally would not go down the route of saying, for sake of argument, 75% of the contribution of the setting, or the 75% of the setting is not affected. The contribution that is affected is this little bit one, therefore that automatically means that it's at this low level. I wouldn't want to go down that sort of mechanical route. That's my caution.
Sure.
But I agree with you. You need to have that understanding of the whole of the setting and how it contributes, where it's neutral, where it's harmful.
Not quite my point.
Oh, sorry.
No, my fault entirely. But can I just be clear to you? I'm not asking the inspector, obviously, person accounts here, but I'm not asking for a mathematical analysis to be done. No. So don't worry, I'm never ever going to be saying to you it's 65%.
No, and I'm not suggesting that was your point. Okay. I'm just responding to the concern.
Sure.
Probably not very elegant.
So just for me to be clear in my question to you, in these, let me put it very directly then, in cases where the project in question is in the setting of an asset, and so the project itself does not have a direct impact on the asset. You remember your language from earlier on, direct, indirect. It's not actually touching the fabric of the asset. In deciding the degree of harm, one has to bear in mind, surely in that assessment, that whatever the impact that the inspector concludes arises is within the context that there won't be any harm at all in such cases to the physical attributes, the significance that's locked into the asset itself, to use that turn of phrase.
You would consider that, but the statutory test and the policy does refer specifically to the setting and the features it possesses and the contribution it can make. So you do have to carry that out as well. I agree with you. They are two different things in terms of the fabric and the setting.
Yes, I don't deny that one, obviously, because we'd have nothing to talk about if we weren't looking at would have very little to talk about. I don't deny that one has to do that, but my interest always, to be honest, in these questions is, where does this all go at the end? Once one's done all these things that you say should be done, we know you're looking at the impact on the significance of the assets. And so all that I'm trying to establish is that when the inspector comes to look at the impact on the significance of the asset, it's relevant for her to take into account that in all those instances, and it's most of them here, not all of them, in all those instances where it's an indirect impact, she should keep in mind that there are no direct impacts. That's relevant contextually to the overall assessment of the degree of harm, surely.
It is. And you may have detected a slight sort of when I said direct and indirect, because that is just a shorthand, of course, for tangible, physical and intense. So that's the only thing I'm saying.
Exactly. Fine. Good. Thank you very much. Let's move on. We've had enough of the tulip, if you like. So the next matter of approach I just want to ask you about is the role of views in the assessment. And I think, as you said in your evidence in chief, you're a rare moment of agreement between you and Mr. Stewart. I mean, they're to a greater or lesser extent, helpful in inverted commas, sort of aid.
Verified views. Yes,
verified views. Yes. Or not views in the sense.
Yeah, when you said views, I thought, verified
pictures,
views.
Pictures. Pictures, as opposed to you think this and he thinks that. Can talk outside the inquiry room about Baroque architecture to your heart's content, but
I wanted to talk to you about it, but
so verified views or even photographs. I mean, don't even just pictures.
Just pictures,
But all these things are, to a greater or lesser extent of some use. But I mean, I think you would agree there's no substitute for actually going and walking around oneself.
Yeah.
For example, we don't need to get it out, but just for the inspector's note, you might remember you took us to the view on London Bridge, on the west side of London Bridge, walking south.
Yes.
So from the city towards Southwark.
Yeah.
On the right-hand side when you're doing that walk of the bridge.
Yeah.
And it was view 24 in the 2018 assessment, but we don't need to get it up. Just as a little check, when the inspector looks at that image again, as doubtless she's going to be seeing it loads of times during the course of this inquiry, when one's actually there in reality, whichever side of the bridge one's on, when one's walking from the city towards Southwark, the tall buildings which are behind the cathedral, behind Southwark Cathedral, so I think that some of them, not all of them, I think some of them are Elephant Castle tall buildings.
Yeah.
When you can see them quite clearly.
Yes.
Clearly, I'm not making a point about, impact or anything like that.
Yeah.
You look at the photograph, and simply because of the way in which these things work, they don't seem to be as apparent in the photograph as they do in real life.
Yes, that's precisely the point I made in relation to Trinity Church Square, where the photograph doesn't show as well the existing tall buildings that you can see.
So you need to walk around.
You do need to walk around, and there's no substitute for looking.
Yeah, because I don't know what the building's called, but the one that looks like an electric shaver.
Its nickname is the Revlon, I think, something like that, or the Remington or something. It's variously been called Darth Vader because of its little ears and the red lights. Everything has to have a nickname, so it's the It's officially, I think, it's called the Strata, and it is
Strata.
It is Elephant and Castle.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, just as a little test of this, look at the image. Inspector might, when she's walking, pootling backwards and forwards across the bridge, looking towards the Southwark Cathedral, she might or might not think to herself, "Gosh, I can see the whatever it's called."
The Strata. And Mr. Stewart quite fairly made the same point in his proof.
And the next thing is that, of course, even were one to sort of think to oneself, for these views, the best that we can do in technical terms by way of verified view is the best that the technology allows us to do at the moment. So we've got these verified views. Inspector might take them with her or not when she does her walkabout. But even so, they are pausing points in a kinetic, a walk, basically. You're moving around. And one might even move one's head because, you look around you, if you like. So all of those things need to be borne in mind that, when the inspector's sitting back at base camp writing her report, and, I'm sure she won't make these sorts of errors, of course, but when you look at these images later on, they are just part of I hate this modern expression, a journey, but this case, it's literally true. They are part of a walk from A to B. You look around, you take various things in, buildings drift in and out of your view, for good, bad, or indifferent.
I think the best way to describe them, and as you fairly put it, it's that they're done to the best of our current capabilities, and those capabilities have improved significantly over the years. They're a tool. Use them as a tool. They're not definitive. You've got to go out and look yourself to experience not just the view, but actually how you experience the asset. So I agree with you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's kind. Not many more of these points of approach, and I promise we'll come to the assets, or the key assets I want to ask you about. So we'll probably do the remaining points of approach, and then that would be a convenient place to break for lunch. So a few other points of approach. Now, we've talked about, in effect, listed buildings as assets. We've even mentioned the Tower of London World Heritage Site. I just want to ask you a specific question about the conservation area. Now, we've got a conservation area in play here. Our site is within it.
Yes.
And so there you are. But when one's looking at whether there would be less than substantial harm to the heritage interest, the heritage significance of a conservation area, and if so, what would the degree of that harm be? One is looking at one is looking at the presence or absence of a harmful impact upon, and if there is a harmful impact, the degree of that impact upon the heritage significance of the asset as a whole, because it's an area-based asset.
Yes.
Yes, not a trick question.
No, I'm just thinking this through. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so, for example, when one finds as here a conservation area, as one finds in so many cases of conservation areas, where there's an appraisal which has divided the conservation area into sub-areas, talks about the interest, etc., of sub-area 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it might be. That, of course, is all very interesting, and I don't mean that sarcastically. It is genuinely very interesting. It's all to be taken into account, etc. But ultimately, having taken all of that into account, one is asking oneself, what is the degree of impact on the heritage interest, the heritage significance of this area-based asset as a whole? That's the context, isn't it?
Yes, in response to the question from Mr. Philpott, I did suggest to the inspector she looked at the area as a whole to begin with, and then looked at the individual sensitivities. But so you start from the whole.
Well, you may start from it, but my point is you finish with it.
Oh, I see.
So let me just
yes, I didn't mean to imply disagreement with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just to get the point out onto the table crystal clear, so there's no misunderstanding about it. One might or one might not have a large-scale impact on the interest of a sub-area of a conservation area, but one then has to wash that through. One then has to work out, well, what does that mean for the heritage interest of the area as a whole? That's the process, isn't it?
You do need to look at the overall areas, but again, I will put a but in there. I would caution, I'm not suggesting you are, but I would caution against going down the route of a sort of, well, this area is only a minor area or whatever it is. As I say, I'm just saying you're not saying that, but if I can just finish the point. The sub areas are a result of detailed analysis of special distinctive character. You could artificially, if you wanted, designate each of those as separate conservation areas, because they each have a distinct character. That isn't what's being done. So that's the caution I'm putting in there. That's all.
Well, but that caution, okay, fine, thank you. And I'm sorry to have interrupted you. I didn't mean to be rude.
No, you didn't.
So with that note in caution of mine, let's just work out what that actually means, what the implication of that is. I don't know. Yes, perhaps they could have had 4 conservation areas. They didn't. They've got 1 conservation area. So therefore, I won't argue the law with you, but in terms of policy, even so, there is 1 conservation area. It's got 4 sub areas. But the question the inspector, forgive me, has to answer isn't what is the degree of harm to sub area X. It's what is the degree of harm to the heritage interest of the area as a whole. That's the point. Do you agree?
She will need to do both. She'll need
yes, but where does she get to at the end? And
she will need to look at the impact on the heritage asset as a whole, which is the conservation area.
Good. Thank you. That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Let's move on. And then in relation to these matters of approach, can I just understand you would have perhaps heard me say in my opening, in our opening, that one needs somewhere in the mind to think about our layer of history, because all of these assets are a layer of history. The conservation area is several layers of history, as you eloquently explained earlier, and as one can read in the conservation area appraisal. Several layers of history, and each of Guy's Hospital was a layer of history. It came along and did major change to that part of St Thomas Street. Now, were one to ask oneself, well, what about adding our layer of history to all of this? Is that really not in your field? Because you're simply looking to see whether adding our layer of history, which in today's age in this area, at least in part, comprises tall buildings, that's really not for you, is it, as I understand it? Because what you're doing is just saying, well, okay, you come along and add your layer of history. I've got to, Dr. Barker Mills, I've got to then look to see, well, what's the degree of harm of doing that to the previous layers of history, which are protected as listed buildings or conservation areas or whatever, or World Heritage Site. Have I got that right? So it really isn't within your field to grapple with
I'm
this.
Devastated, actually. The whole of my career, and indeed the whole of English Heritage and Historic England's role, is not to ignore adding layers of history. Right. It's to manage those in a way that sustains significance. And but constructive conservation was all about accepting that there will be change. There has to be change. Nothing stands still. I spent my whole career advising and trying to help deliver a new layer of change that will sustain and where possibly, hopefully, enhance And so it's definitely not separate from the assessment of harm.
Okay.
If that's the impression I've given, then
No.
I'm mortified.
No.
Seriously.
That's fine. No, that's
Uh-huh.
great. I'm very pleased to hear you say that. So can we just explore that for a few moments? Because you're managing change as, you know, to conserve heritage interests, etc., thereby hangs a tail, or thereby, you know, one finds the rub in all of this. Because, of course, as we know from the framework, if I just talk to you about policy, you can do harm to heritage. One might not want to do it, and one might really should try one's best not to do it.
Absolutely.
But one can do harm to heritage as long as the overall assessment, applying all the strictures of case law, which I won't bang on about with you, and policy, as long as one then applying all of that has decided that the public benefits of the new outweighs the harm to what's protected.
Yes, it needs to be convincing justification for that harm. The harm can be caused, and I have dealt with cases, including rarely, gladly, substantial harm to heritage assets where it has been justified.
Okay.
But as you rightly said, the starting point is to avoid harm wherever possible. But you may not be able to do that in all cases.
But that isn't the test of, if you like, success or failure in terms of a planning application getting its consent, because the whole proposition of paragraph 202 of the framework is there will be cases, or there may well be cases, where there's less than substantial harm. What's one do in those instances? And we all know one has to weigh things from the paragraph. So so just help me with this then. So now, not really within your field, but you're, you know, because it's a planning policy point. But what, therefore, in your mind, does one do in a case where, let's assume this is true, that one has a site which is within an area which is, if you like, in general terms, seen as being appropriate, potentially appropriate, or in principle appropriate for additional tall buildings. Now, take this area here near London Bridge Station. Because, you know, let's not fall out about it. We're very close to London Station. And in fact, one of the exits from the underground is, you know, within a few paces of our site. So take this area, look at the model, for example, the Shard. One of my proudest achievements, the Shard, and some of the, you know, the other towers there. Now, in an area like this, where there are tall buildings, and where in general terms it's perceived that in principle you can have more tall buildings, it's inevitable, isn't it, that there will be some harm, to greater or lesser degree, to the heritage significance of heritage assets. Because it might not be the same assets as we're talking about at this inquiry, it might be other assets. But you can't put a tall building in an area like this, where there is a conservation area, and there are other conservation areas as well, to the north and to the east, where there are listed buildings all over the place. There's a World Heritage Site across the river from this area. One can't put another tall building in without there being some degree, somewhere along the line, of some impact on the heritage significance of assets.
And that's why the
Is that right, first of all?
Well, no.
No.
If I can finish, if you're looking at that as an isolated statement, separate from the process for delivering tall buildings, then it is likely, as you say, I wouldn't even say inevitable, but it's likely that you will cause harm, or you could cause harm. But so your starting point, which is what the tall buildings guidance suggests, is that you need to do your urban analysis. You need to do all of your testing of whether an area that is potentially at a high level, no pun intended, potentially suitable for tall buildings, whether that site, the site you're looking at, actually is suitable. So you can't just say that, you know, this area has been marked on a map as potentially suitable, and therefore that automatically means we need to put a tall building in there.
Did I say
No, but that's the point I'm making. You started with the there is an area that might be, and we've already got tall buildings, and then you quite fairly put the point that it will cause impact, and therefore it's almost inevitable, question mark in my mind. But my starting point was that the policy for delivering tall buildings is not straightforward, is not as black and white as that. You've got to do the analysis. And I'm sorry if that's not helpful to you, but that's the way I understand it.
I'm used to witnesses not being helpful. That's all part of the job. But let's just go back to what I was asking about. Let's get real about this. So just bear with me for one moment. Forget our site, because we're all arguing, about the degree of harm, etc., etc. But a tall building in the vicinity of London Bridge, okay?
Yeah.
New tall building in the vicinity of London Bridge. I'm going to put it this highly. It is inevitable that there would be some, on the way in which you analyse these things, that there would be some degree of harm to the heritage significance of some or other or a number of heritage assets. It's inevitable. Find me a site in the vicinity of London Bridge where you could put a tall building, so for example, visible from the Tower of London, etc., close to or even within a conservation area, close to listed buildings, within their setting certainly, without causing a harmless tall building.
I am real. Don't need to get real. I am real. It's the other way round. I'm not here. I shouldn't be here actually saying to you, well, that site, you can deliver that harmlessly. The point is, it's the other way round. You look at, well, that's the site you got. Is that suitable for a tall building? You're approaching it from, in this theoretical model, you're approaching it from, I want to put a tall building, and if I want to put a tall building, then it's inevitably going to cause harm. And I'm approaching it from the other way and saying, well, you should be looking to see whether it's suitable for a tall building. That's all I'm saying.
Sure. Let me just try it from a different angle. Forgive me. This is important to me. This is what I would describe as one of my favourite words in these things. Context. This is a point of context.
Yeah.
So the context is when one has an assessment of a particular project and it's being said there be this degree of harm to heritage assets, it is relevant, I would suggest, to ask oneself the question as a contextual point, well, is it logically conceivable that one could have a tall building in the area in question, forget the site itself, the area in question, without causing harm to heritage? That is a relevant contextual question. That's why I'm putting the point to you. Do you think that the question is irrelevant?
No, it will depend on the context. So, for example, you could put another tall building, I suspect, in Vauxhall 9 Elms without.
No, I'm talking about close to London Bridge Station.
I know, but it's the theory. You did ask me about the theory, and that's what I'm going back to.
I'm talking about close to London Bridge Station.
London Bridge Station, I have not gone round looking to see if there are other sites within London Bridge Station that you can deliver a tall building on without causing harm.
No, that's answering a different question, but I'll move on. Thank you. Good. And the next, almost there with these points of approach. The next, it might be the last one, the next question of approach I wanted to ask you, please, is the role or otherwise of the architectural quality and design of the tall building in question, which whatever it is that one's analysing.
Yeah.
We've got two here. So, now you have spoken about some length about the concepts of, I don't mean that critically, of the concepts of distractions in the view. Yeah. So one has a heritage asset, one puts a tall building in, the vista, if you like, and you've spoken a number of occasions about the visual distraction phenomenon, if you like. Now, just help me with this. What if the new thing is worth looking at in its own right? Because you might or might not know, I suspect you do. For example, in the framework, there's a drive for our new buildings to be seen to be beautiful. So in other words, of high quality design. So what if the new is worth looking at? So is that relevant or irrelevant to your assessment? Sorry, is the question.
It's relevant in part because Do you want me to talk about tall buildings or just generally?
So let's talk about tall buildings. Let's
Because the policies and the guidance expects exemplary architectural quality. So it is a relevant consideration.
To your assessment, to your heritage assessment.
It will be relevant to the assessment of impact, because if the architectural quality is really bad, and I'm not suggesting that, if the architectural quality is really bad, it could exacerbate the impact arising from location and all of those other things that I've talked about.
And conversely, if underlined, the judgment call, the judgment that's made is that the architectural quality, the design quality of the tower in question, the tall building in question, is exemplary, or high quality, the highest quality, whichever policy one wants to look at, then conversely, that could surely, logically, reduce the harm that would otherwise be caused by the height, scale, etc., the mass of the building in question.
Now that's where you have to start thinking about, I'm sorry to dive off, but that's where you have to think about how that architectural quality in itself, in isolation, relates to the context and which is the historic environment. So you can have a beautifully designed building, but it's in the wrong place because it's having adverse impacts, even though a lot of effort has been done to address the idea of producing a brilliant base to the building, a great centre, and a wonderful top, so that everyone will, in theory, this is my opinion, not my judgment, everyone will go, wow, and we love that building.
Sure.
But it could still cause harm.
But that's not that wasn't my question. So
I'm sorry, I'm answering it the way I'm trying to be as clear as I can.
No, you're being clear, but you're being clear in answer to a question I didn't ask you.
I apologise then.
My question was about the degree of harm. So I haven't gone yet to the idea of if it's beautiful, then there might not be harm in the first place. That might not come. Bear with me for a moment.
Yeah, sorry.
The question I'm putting to you is, you said, I'm going to put this into language I can understand. In effect, if something's ugly, it's poorly designed, etc., etc., and that can make the harm worse.
Yeah.
Conversely, this is my point. Conversely, if the new building is worthy of being looked at in its own right, if it's beautiful, to use the framework's expression, exemplary, to use the London plan, I think it is, expression, then surely that can lessen the harm of a building of that height, that scale, that mass. Surely,
well,
that's my point.
It can affect it. Whether it lessens it, I'm not sure. If the fundamentals are the mass and the height,
okay,
you could that's where I would see you being able to reduce it.
Okay, so poor quality design can make things worse, but good quality design can't make things better.
In the context of tall buildings, in the context of tall buildings, obviously, the whole drive for policy is to deliver well-designed places, and we want good design.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm being reluctant to make it as not black and white. That's unfair. To make it as sort of.
What I'm doing is putting a continuity. There's a line here, and it just seems to be illogical to say you can make the degree of harm greater because your design is poor, but you can't make the degree of harm less because your design is exemplary. That seems illogical to me. But that's your position.
No, it's not illogical. But I'm looking at it from the aspiration, the policy requirement. And as you say, I'm not a planning policy officer, but for the tall buildings, the requirement is exemplary. So you can't go higher than exemplary in terms of the guidance. So that's my problem with the tall building bit.
We'll move on, or we'll have lunch, but just bear with me. I think you're not deliberately, entirely inadvertently missing the point.
Sorry.
So let's assume the judgment call which is made is that this is, either of these towers are exemplary, both of them exemplary, or whatever tower one's talking about. It's of exemplary design. The only simple point I'm putting to you, it's a point of logic, is if poor design can aggravate harm to heritage, why can't good design or exemplary design reduce the degree of harm to heritage?
It can.
It can. Good. Marvellous. Was there something you wanted to add? Or?
No,
Good.
that's fine.
Excellent. That's all I was trying to get. Thank you very much indeed. Let us have lunch, because I will just want to check whether there are any other points of approach. I think we're there with them, but let's have lunch now.
All right, thank you. We'll take an hour, so we'll come back at 2. Obviously, you've got to isolate
Yes, that's fine.
yourself, and
Yeah.
that's phone contact as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know if you've got a room that you can go to, or you could just hang out on your own.
I think I'll end up hanging out on my own, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Mark and Mills,
All right.
sweets.
All right, well, see everyone back here at 2. Thank you. Right, okay, welcome back. There's fresh tea at 3, apparently.
3 o'clock.
My
Right.
lukewarm book was not nice.
It wasn't nice. Did I say?
You did.
I did, didn't I?
Thought I'd try it, but yes, so yeah, 3 is ish anyway.
Ish.
So
Well, Dr. Barkin, if you're halfway through an answer and we all get up and go to get ourselves some tea,
I'm going to attempt to say yes or no.
Excellent. So thank you. Before I forget, just to mention that the missing piece of the model has been made this morning and dropped in. So when we've finished with this witness later on, perhaps, ma'am, we might just take you to the model and show you what's
you've been
what's
busy
changed.
in your lunch break.
Would
Yeah.
the little boy in me still, the boy who made sort of Airfix models and so on, etc., still thinks that one of the best jobs must be making these architectural models. But no, it wasn't me. It was someone who actually knows what they're doing who did it. Yes. So there you are. Shall we start? We'll reconvene. Okay. So I just a couple of final points of approach before we work our way through the assets. They might be related points. Let's have a look. So I just want to ask you first of all about the notion or the concept of affecting the ability to appreciate the significance of a heritage asset. You've made the point on a number of occasions about our development proposals that they would have an impact on and a harmful impact upon the ability to appreciate the significance of this asset or that asset. So I just want to explore that as a concept with you first for a few moments, please, if I may. And in this way, and putting my cards face up on the table, to explain that I'm struggling to understand the concept. So let's just explore it for a few moments, bearing in mind that what we're looking for is whether or not there would be harm, and if so, what degree of harm, to the heritage significance of the asset itself, whatever the asset might be. I'm trying to work out how these contentions that a project, our projects, any project you like, would have an impact on the ability to appreciate the significance of an asset, how that plays into or washes through to harm to the asset's significance itself. Could you help me with that?
I think it goes back to the idea of the relative weight or associations of a view. So you can have an asset, you can have lots of views of an asset. Not all of those views will actually contribute to an appreciation of its significance. Now, that could be because the view is a glimpse of part of an asset, so therefore you won't understand it fully, its architectural interest. It could be that the view is so far away, really far away, that your individual asset is not actually going to be distinguishable.
Sure.
So when you're coming to appreciate the significance of the asset, it's primarily the appreciation, for me, or at least the way I've approached it, is of its architectural interest, or alternatively, and it's not this case as far as I can see, a historic functional association. So, for example, 2 Roman forts which were intentionally intervisible, and that intervisibility tells you something about how they were functioning, and if you put something in the middle of it, you're blocking the view between the two affects you appreciating the functional significance. Does that help, or does it confuse?
It sort of begins to help. That's high praise. Let's return to the notion that you said you think is in play here, rather than one which you said just now you don't think is in play here. So the architecture, the ability to appreciate the architectural interest of a heritage asset. Let's use that as a proxy for the discussion, if we may. So the architectural interest is whatever it might be, documented in statement of common ground for the assets we're talking about here. So we imagine that we've got a heritage asset, we understand its architectural interest, something is built and it said, well, that is affecting your ability to appreciate the significance, the architectural interest of the asset. My question actually is in what way, though, does this notion of introducing something which in some way affects your ability to appreciate the significance of the asset in this view or vista that you've got, how does that actually work its way through to undermining the heritage interest of the asset itself? You know, its architectural interest, for example, will remain its architectural interest.
Yeah.
It won't, if it's an indirect impact rather than one is, you know, you're actually doing something to the building itself. So how does it work through to harming the architectural interest, the heritage interest of the building itself?
For certain assets, that architectural interest may well rely on a designed view. So the intention is that, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a designed view. The view of Blenheim Palace.
Sure. Okay.
Where you would be intended to stand in a particular location to get the full impact of the architecture, the forecourts, the wings, the whole lot. If you then introduce something which distracts or impinges on that view and that appreciation, it is eroding the significance, the architectural significance, the way the building can convey its significance to you. It's eroding that ability to appreciate that.
Well, I'm just trying to stop the circle going round and
Sorry.
round in a circle. No, I'm not citing.
Yeah.
Logically in this, I'm trying to work out, well, are we just going round in a circle saying, well, the one thing must be the other, must be other, must be other, and going round and round and round? Or is there some logic that one can examine in all of this? Because I said the 2 points I wanted to ask you about may well be related, and I think they are, because you've just said if one introduces something which distracts and then undermines the ability to appreciate the significance of the thing it's distracting from.
Yeah.
So I wonder if we can perhaps just move on to that, because I think the points are related. This concept of visual distraction is a concept you put into play quite a bit in your evidence, as you know, for the various assets that we're talking about, or the ones where we're within the setting of an asset.
Yeah.
And I just want to explore that with you. And the notion of a distraction undermining the significance of the thing that, one's eye is taken away from. So, so imagine this. I mean, here we are. The inspector has, all our fates in her hands, and essentially she's going to write a report to the Secretary of State. So she's important. I look at her. I'm looking at someone who's important. I look at you. You're also important. But the inspector isn't any less important because my eye has gone to you. How does this work? So my eye flicks from the inspector to you, to her, or my eye, to bring this back to listed buildings, my eye goes to a listed building, it goes to the Shard, it goes back to the listed building. How does that flicking around in the thing that we will do naturally from one thing to another, undermine the importance, a heritage interest of the thing that one's eye is going to want away from and then come back to? That's what I don't understand.
To use your example, if I start doing all of this and drawing attention to myself, distracting from the inspector, so that you're no longer providing your focus to the inspector, who is the principal person in the room, her authority is her presence.
Keep going.
That's where the visual distraction comes and is affecting the role. And if you change the person to significance, that's the thing. Now, if we're doing it, if I'm distracting from Mr. Philpott, it may not be quite so significant for you. But to you, I don't know whether that helps. I'm trying, and the concept of visual distraction is in the settings guidance, which is where it's come from.
I know, and just because it's in some guidance doesn't mean it's the ultimate truth, and that's why I'm tackling it with you.
And it's in the tall buildings guidance as well, the latest revised one. So
of guidance, but I'm interested in what we are dealing with here, which is what the framework tells us to do. And the fact that, an august body or whatever has written some guidance, are all very interesting, but I'm trying to understand the concept. And because this comes up at every tall building inquiry, you get this distraction point. Even some buildings which aren't tall, you get the distraction point. And I think we just have to try and nail it down to try and understand it, because seriously, if you think about buildings, the fact that a new building is introduced into one's view, there's a heritage asset listed. You look to the new building, you look back to the heritage asset, backs and forwards. You might call it distraction. I might just call it ordinary human life, where one's looking from one thing to another. How does that actually undermine the heritage interest of the listed building? The fact that you look at something else and then come back to the heritage asset, for example, how does that undermine, how does that harm its interest?
If the interest, part of the architectural interest and significance of that asset is an intended viewpoint, so it's not going to happen just because a tall building or any building appears next to or by the side of any building.
That's a start.
If it's a viewpoint that is designed, or it's a viewpoint that has significant cultural associations, which add to the significance and the understanding of significance, that's where the distraction erodes and undermines. It doesn't remove it. It will affect your ability and to appreciate and that, which is a separate thing, which will to appreciate that significance, and that degree of affecting your ability to appreciate will depend to a certain extent on the values you place personally, or the values you place as a viewer on what you're looking at.
Right. So would you agree that even if one comes to a conclusion that one wants to put it in that pejorative way, one would be distracted by the new, whatever the new is, that even if that is where one finds oneself in one's analysis as an inspector, for example, writing a report to the Secretary of State, one still has to ask oneself the ultimate question, which is, and in what way does that undermine the heritage interest, harmfully undermine the heritage interest of the asset itself?
Yes.
That is still the ultimate question.
That is a question, because it's the significant, what we're concerned about, as you said earlier, is the significance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, and equally, or similarly, would you agree that even if the conclusion is reached, or if the conclusion is reached, I don't need the even, if the conclusion is reached, that one of our projects would harmfully affect the ability to appreciate the significance of one or other of these assets, even then one has to ask oneself that further question, and in what way, or would that, and if so, in what way, undermine the heritage interest of the asset itself? One still has to ask that question. There isn't a separate, if you harm the ability to appreciate, that's the thing that goes into the weighing scales. What goes into the weighing scales is, if so, does that then impinge upon the heritage interest of the asset itself? We still have to ask that question, don't we?
Yes. And
right.
Yes.
Good. Okay. Fine. No, that's helpful. Thank you very much indeed. Good. And you mentioned, as one of your instances, designed views and so on. And I understand what you have in mind, but have we got any of those here for any of the assets?
We could end up in a long discussion about what was designed. Yeah, I think it's design views, or views as the settings guidance says, views with cultural or historic associations. So the example I have given in my proof, with the relevant example, is St Paul's, because of all of the cultural associations, some of which I've set out there in my proof, which makes particular views of particular parts of that building, the silhouette and the dome, of greater significance, if I can use that word. So there aren't any that I've established designed views in the sense of the Buckingham Palace at the end of the Mall, or something like that.
Excellent. No, thank you very much indeed. Good. Right. Well, with all that said and done, and with that discussion, I hope in mind, we're going to just look at some of these assets. And what I'm going to do, I'm just reminding myself of what I'm going to do. I'm going to focus on the assets where you find a middle or above less than substantial harm.
Okay.
Plus the World Heritage Site, the Tower of London, because it's a World Heritage Site. And so you'll understand that Stuart has set out his position on the other assets where you find a lower degree of less than substantial harm. I think we're going to get into a bit of a rhythm of, flushing out the differences of approach between us in relation to the assets that we will talk about, which would then probably work through to the others as well. So let's start, please, with the Tower of London. Okay. Mm-hmm. So, and looking at the helpful table at pages 30 and 31 of the Heritage Statement of Common Ground, you have got for the Tower of London, for the 2018 scheme, you've got an impact less than substantial just below middle of the range. Mm-hmm. And for the 2021 scheme, you've got an impact which is less than substantial, which is at the low end of the range. Yeah. So you recognise the difference. Yeah. That's one would have thought it's obvious between the two schemes. And the, where are we? Historic England have got, by way of a sort of comparator, have got low. And although the Statement of Common Ground says low, the gentleman's proof actually says very low for the 2021 scheme, but low and low. Yeah. So there's a, I don't know if it's a nuance, but there's a bit of a difference. Yeah. There. Yes, there is. Yeah. Why is that, by the way, if all these things are terribly objective? I mean, it's suggesting to me that there must be a degree of subjectivity involved in these analyses, because otherwise, a heritage expert like your good self and a heritage expert like the gentleman from Historic England would be coming to pretty much near as damn it the same conclusions.
As I said earlier on, you ask two conservation officers for a view and you will get slightly different. Exactly. And it is absolutely the case that we do bring some of our own values. We're not automata. It can't be totally objective. For my case, I can explain why I've reached those judgments. Sure. Historic England will have to do that for themselves as well.
In other words, although there may well be, and there is in your case, a methodology which you consider should be followed, the exercise is not mechanistic.
Correct.
Exactly. Good. All right. Thank you. Right. Tower of London. In your proof, please, I'd just like to take you to reference. We are going away without having to look at the source documents, only because it's such a fiddle-faddle to find them. But it's your proof at page 15, 1-5. And there's a paragraph that begins on that page, paragraph 4.15. Mm-hmm. And this is where you are quoting from this is back in 2012. So by that stage, 2012, the Shard just been completed, I think.
I think it had, yes.
There or thereabouts, yeah. Anyway, so this is the World Heritage Committee, WHC, meeting in St. Petersburg, June 2012, consider the reactive monitoring mission report, CD reference. So a team of people, the reactive monitoring mission, had come along to London and had looked at the Tower of London and considered the position about development that had happened in the setting of the Tower of London. Yeah. And if you look at this passage that you quote, and it's in your proof, so I assume you haven't quoted it, gratuitously. 4.15, if we turn the page to the top of page 16, this is what the mission is summarised as having concluded. The mission noted that the visual integrity of the property, that's the Tower of London World Heritage Site, has been compromised by the shard of glass, which would be 310 metres tall on completion. It underscored the need to better regulate the further build-up of the area and recommends that if any tall buildings are planned, these should not exceed the height by which they would become visible above the on-site historic buildings of the part of the Tower complex. So you're within the Tower of London, and the notion is you shouldn't be able to see any tall buildings outside the Tower popping up above whatever built element of the Tower you've got in front of you, so to speak, in your view. That's the notion. The mission considers that any additional tall buildings in the area would destroy the visual integrity of the property and severely, I'm emphasising, severely compromise its outstanding universal value, possibly beyond repair.
Mm.
Now, you quote this, you actually come back to it later in your proof again for your reference that you can see, so I can be fair to you. Don't lose that quote because I want us to come back to it. You return to it when you're discussing the Tower of London at your page 78, paragraph 9.23, which breaks the page to page 79, and you summarise and reiterate what we find in that report there, and then you go on to talk about the situation. Now, the notion of destroying, severely, can't even say the word, severely compromising, possibly doing so beyond repair. And if any of that arose in a case in a particular case, that would obviously amount to substantial harm to the asset, wouldn't it? Obviously.
Yeah.
Yes. If you were, without question, if you were destroying, severely compromising and possibly beyond repair, that would be substantial harm. Now, in the case in hand here, we have two tall buildings, 2018, 2021, either of which, and therefore both of which, would, to some extent or other, be visible above the on-site historic buildings. Not much for 2021 and a bit more for 2018. And so we would, with either of our scheme, be in this area that this mission said they really didn't think should happen. And yet, as we've seen, your assessment is, well, there wouldn't be substantial harm. Wouldn't even be let me make sure I get this right, there wouldn't even be an upper level of less than substantial harm. It would be just below middle for the 2018 scheme and at the low end of the range for the 2021 scheme. So this observation by this body is not one that you agree with across the piece, is it? Because if it was a sensible point rather than perhaps being a touch of hysteria, then in our cases here, you'd be saying what they said. And yet we find below middle, just below middle, forgive me, I don't know, just below middle and low for these two cases.
Obviously, I don't claim substantial harm. This is the body and the mission, without going into lots of detail, the mission were appointed by the World Heritage Committee and Centre of people they regard as relevant experts. They provided their advice and the Commission reached its decision. And the Commission and the Committee, are the ones, and UNESCO are the ones responsible for the designation. So that's their view. My view is based on my expert assessment. It differs from this view, as you pointed out, and it differs in that I do not claim substantial harm.
No.
It's included in this proof in context, partly because there is this long-standing concern about the impact of tall buildings, which has been raised by the World Heritage Site Committee over the years, and it has been responded to by government, by the state party, who has recognised that some harm has been caused, whether they accept that it's at the level that's being portrayed here. Not a matter for me. That's what government, as the state party, have how they've dealt with it. What I've taken from this is that the issue that is concerning the mission is the ability of the World Heritage Site to convey its outstanding universal value, both as a fortress, palace, to convey those values in the context within its setting where tall buildings have had an impact.
Yes.
So that's the concern they've got. I've looked at my judgment, or reached my judgment, looking at with that concern in mind.
Yes.
And I don't come to the same conclusion.
Exactly. Yes. So
but that's not to say that
they're wrong. If applying their logic, anything that's seen above the buildings within the tower complex, they would frown upon. and they say any additional tall buildings in the area would destroy. It's nonsense.
They
Absolute
haven't.
Nonsense.
They haven't come back subsequently, to review very, very recently. They may well reach a decision. I'm speculating now. It's probably not helpful.
So don't.
So I won't.
Exactly.
But I do. The one thing I do want to say is I don't think it's. I don't think I can sit here and not challenge the description of their views as hysterical, because I think they are a remarkably erudite body. They have not a completely different remit, but they have a different remit, and they are the body ultimately that deal with World Heritage Sites. So I only cavil at that description.
Yeah, well, erudite or otherwise, I'm afraid, and I will put it to you. It is hysteria to say that any additional tall buildings in the area would destroy the visual integrity and severely compromise. We can see it's hysteria by just looking at these two towers that we're dealing with here. It is a completely unbalanced point of view.
I don't accept hysteria. It is a particular point of view. Whether you regard it as balanced or rounded is, you've made the point.
Thank you, and you've answered. Thank you very much. Good. Now then, in your analysis of the Tower of London, you just bear with me for a moment. Just give you the page reference. Hold on. Just want to check something so I don't, give it to turn up the wrong page. Here we are. Yes, so in your analysis, here we are. That's right. So page 54 of your proof. Page 54 of your proof.
Yep.
And for those of us who have read your proof, we will know that in discussing the outstanding universal value of the Tower of London as a World Heritage Site, knowing that our English heritage significance for a World Heritage Site rolls into the outstanding universal value. That's what we need to look at for the World Heritage Site. And we know from reading your proof that you've set out the attributes which have been identified as key attributes of that outstanding universal value. And here in this proof, this paragraph of your proof, 8.6, you are drawing out those which you think are, well, you say key, the ones which are particularly important to the cases in hand here in front of this inspector, correct? And so they are, I won't read out all the words, the italicized passages do. Internationally famous monument, yes. Landmark sighting at the gateway to the capital, symbol of Norman power, fine, and expressed its physical dominance by soaring over its surroundings, etc. So those are the four things that you think are particularly important. And as I understand it, to the cases here, and as I understand it, when you say there would be a X degree, whatever it might be, of less than substantial harm to the outstanding universal value, it is by looking at these key attributes that you've gauged that, or you've come to that conclusion.
So yes, those attributes express the value. So yes, that's there is another layer beneath those, which are the components, which I haven't gone into. So you can use the components to assess impact, but most commonly people look at the attributes.
Yes, I'm not criticising what you're.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was just explaining. Yes,
exactly. So you've taken these key attributes and you've worked out, if you like, well, to what extent would there be any harm to those, and then that washes through to an impact on the outstanding universal value. So can we just explore that? Because I think that a lot of this, if we keep a hand on page 54, if that's possible, or a post-it or something, the analysis, I think, by you, I can hear the post-it being applied to the I can hear the post-it being applied to the page. The analysis, where you go with this, and I'm just checking the reference, is found, it's found, I think we can see it at pages 74 and 75 in particular, and I just want to draw out a few key parts of sentences just to get the theme, if you like, going. So pages 74 and 75, this would be for, this is a 2018 scheme, but for my purposes, it doesn't matter which one it is, to be honest. And you go through various views and just look at the end of 9.15, for example, at the bottom of page 74. You say, impact on view, specifically upon the ability to appreciate the significance or outstand. So the ability to appreciate point. Top of page 75, second line down, enabling an appreciation of that significance. You then go on to discuss what you would see would be the implications of our proposal. At 9.17, talking about some of these images, and you say, you refer to the notion towards the end of visual interference, with and without visual interference. And then at page 77, I'll ask you a question in a moment, I promise. At page 77, 9.21, right at the end of your analysis of the 2018 scheme, you would talk about the expanded group of tall buildings, if we're added to the group, being more distracting, and there'll be a further erosion of visual prominence. So, I mean, the notions in play there are those notions we touched on as points of approach earlier on, aren't they? Visual distraction, and ability to appreciate significance, and the notions in play, aren't they? Concepts in play. So, with that in mind, can we just work that through? So, just go back to those 4 key attributes on page 54 of your proof, the post-it page.
Yes.
Internationally famous monument. Right. So we have tall buildings. Well, we've got tall buildings in the city, as we know. We've got tall buildings around London Bridge. We add one or other of our schemes to the group near London Bridge. The Tower of London will be just as much an internationally famous monument with one of our tall buildings in place as it is now, won't it?
It will remain an internationally famous monument, but its iconic status and its emblematic effect, so illustrating the effect of the Norman conquest, your understanding and appreciation of that will be altered.
Is that the first attribute or one of the later ones?
No. That's related to that's the first one, the internationally famous monument.
Right.
So the italics are the attribute, and the text that follows is the explanation of what that can mean.
Let's just explore that. I mean, I hadn't foreseen that was what you would say, so let's just explore that. So, internationally famous monument, the inspector has images to assist her to understand the extent to which one would, from within the tower, for example, be able to see part of the 2018 scheme and less than 2021 scheme, etc., etc. So we've got all that in our mind's eye, and I'm struggling to understand how that makes the Tower of London any less an internationally famous monument. I mean, it is an internationally famous monument now, despite the fact that there are several tall buildings in the city, and there are several tall buildings around the Tower of London, around London Bridge Station, even, which are there. And it's an internationally famous monument. How does it become less? How does it become any less an internationally famous monument?
These are the attributes which express that international famous monument.
Yes.
It doesn't become any less internationally famous, but the ability to understand and appreciate, and for as the language they use is the properties of the World Heritage Site, to convey that is affected by the tall buildings. It certainly has been affected by the tall buildings in the cluster, the established cluster in the city, and it will be affected by further tall buildings emerging elsewhere within its setting.
But is this the point of understanding, appreciating the significance, as in this instance, the internationally famous monument, or is this the thing that I'm most interested in, which is in what way is the significance itself actually harmed? Because again, go on.
No, sorry, you were going to carry on.
Doesn't matter. Carry. Give your answer.
It's primarily appreciation, but it relates to the significance.
All right. So just help me. So I have another tall building added to the buildings around London Bridge Station. So just help me. I mean, seriously, in what way does that in some way inhibit my understanding of the Tower of London as an internationally famous monument? Because I just genuinely don't get it.
You've got to understand why it's internationally famous. It's internationally famous as the symbol feared fortress that's been developed over centuries. Probably the most, or one of the most famous fortresses over that period, and as an essential part of that character, that significance, is the ability and the sense of separation that you get from being on that side. That's what's iconic about it. That's one of the aspects of its iconic nature. And so when you introduce things into the setting which affect, I'll use a neutral term, affect your understanding and appreciation of that element of the monument, of its iconic nature, that's where the impact comes.
The separateness.
Yeah.
The idea of the Tower of London being separate from and dominant over, if you like. Is that the notion?
Yeah, it was separate from. It was intentionally separate from.
Exactly, was.
It still is to certain degrees.
Well, just help me. I mean, sorry, this is a serious point, not a facetious one.
No.
But I mean, it seems to me that if that's the notion, the thing that has most impacted upon the notion is the much loved, beloved Tower Bridge.
There has been an impact on that, yes, but that doesn't mean that we ignore any further potential impacts arising from tall buildings, either in the cluster in the east to the west, the eastern cluster to the west, or elsewhere. And it was conceived very much to be separate, not least for functional purposes. So you have the liberties, the cleared area around the tower, through which you could be, they could control both symbolically and actually the city. So that idea of separateness is at the heart of the significance of the monument. Sorry if I'm repeating myself.
No, it's my fault.
No, that's it.
But we can all understand that if we wish to do so. We can all understand that, for example, currently we can understand that, despite the fact that there are all sorts of tall buildings. You don't even have to worry about tall buildings, even buildings which aren't tall, are a heck of a lot taller than whatever was there when the Tower of London in its earlier history had this dominant, prominent role, over lording, if you like, the land around it, the city around it. We can all understand that now, surely.
You can still understand it, but that
and clearly so.
Clearly so. You can still understand it, but that understanding has been made more difficult and has been diluted, in my view, by the presence of tall buildings, which are now experienced within the heart of the fortress around Tower Green, in particular, because that's where the sense of enclosure is at its most significant. Being a concentric fortress, it's a series of barriers separated by spaces, and you get over each barrier, and the idea is the further in you get, the more successful you are, and eventually you'll take it over. So the heart of that, so it's like a pyramid, the heart of that is the White Tower with the inner ward, then you're in the curtain walls, then you're out of curtain walls. The not exception, but the difference is the southern defences, which aren't quite as don't have the same sense of enclosure, certainly not in the inner section, because of the need to protect and control the river. So that enclosure, yes, you can still appreciate it, yes, you can still understand it, but as you change the setting and you reduce that sense of enclosure, then you do erode the appreciation.
Yes, but again, sorry, and a lot of this will be repetitious, and so I'll just try and repeat it once for each asset. Even so, even if the inspector goes all along the line with that logic, she still has to say to herself, okay, but in what way does that actually harm the significance of the Tower of London as a World Heritage Site?
It's harming the.
You mustn't stop where you've stopped.
It's harming the ability to use the language of UNESCO, the World Heritage Committee. It's harming the visual integrity, and it's harming the ability of the Tower of London to convey its purpose, and that's part of its significance.
Oh, that's where we disagree, as you know.
Yeah.
So moving on, I'm going to see if we can shorthand this, but if we can't, we can't. So the other key attributes that you draw attention to on page 54 are landmark siting, symbol of Norman power, physical dominance.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to try and ask you a rolled up question, but if this is too inelegant, you'll tell me. Were I to go through each of those in a similar way as we've just been through with the first one, would the gist of your answers be the same? Is it the same sort of points?
It's the same sort of points,
exactly. So
because it rests on significant, the OUV as expressed.
Right. So let's not be asking all the same things and you say very similar things back or whatever, because we're on a roll. We understand what's going on, if you like. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Just give me one moment. I just want to check something before we turn the page. Yes, let's turn the page, please. And I want to ask you next about Southwark Cathedral. So Southwark Cathedral, we remember from the very helpful Statement of Common Ground at page 30 for the 2018 scheme. We've got in your book above the middle end towards upper end of the range, less than substantial. And we've got the same for 2021, haven't we? Yeah, okay. Whereas for Historic England, we've got high for the 2018 and medium for 2021. So again, different conclusions, presumably as a result of the notion that we discussed earlier on that, ask two people who specialise in heritage what they think, and they come out with probably at least slightly different answers. Yeah, because it's not mechanistic.
Yeah.
Okay, right, good. Now then, in relation to the assessment for the cathedral, I think this is all going to be much of a muchness, to be honest, but if we go to, these are the concepts involved. If we go to your proof, please, at page 80, beginning at page 86. We find ourselves here when you're assessing the impacts of the 2018 proposal. Look to page 87. I'll just pick out a few key words. You know what's coming. For top of page 87, first sentence at the top of the page, this is in 939. Proposed new buildings, the 2018 one, would bring the modern commercial character much closer to the cathedral and challenge its visual prominence. So we'd be challenging the visual prominence. 9.40, first three lines, visual challenge of the new tall building. We've got a visual attachment on page 88. We've got eroding the ability to appreciate on page 88, and visual intrusion. We got, I think, 6 of them on page 89. So these are the same concepts, aren't they? We've already discussed as much as approach. I mean, a different heritage aspect, of course, but distraction, harming the ability to appreciate the significance of. Here we've got a visual attachment note as well, which I need to ask you about. And you do at one place, at one point here, let me just find it. The 2021 scheme on page 91, you say at the end of your 946, page 91, that this is a 2021 scheme, would draw the eye, immediately draw the eye. So it seems like another way of saying distract.
Perhaps I was getting fed up with it.
Perhaps you were getting fed up with distract. You do a word search for distract or distraction, you'll clock up a few. So now, the heritage interest significance of the cathedral is documented and summarised in the Statement of Common Ground. And apart from the visual attachment point, which I want to ask you about separately in a few moments, the challenge to prominence, the visual challenge, the visual intrusion, the visual distraction, the drawing the eye, is all again playing back into that discussion that we've had as a matter of principle, which is, in what way does that actually harm the heritage interest of the cathedral itself? It's all coming back to that point, isn't it?
I'm afraid I will go back to my answer. For this asset, the heritage interest is not just the fabric, it's the plan form, and at the centre of the plan form externally is the tower. And the tower had a functional and also symbolic role, and its functional role, tower's functional roles were both as visual markers for the church, but also often containing bells to call those to prayer, or when in earlier times of trouble, they would also call warnings. So the tower is an important architectural and historic element of this building, and in terms of its architecture, it has the added layer of interest that's been brought about by Gwilt and his adaptations of the tower with the pinnacles. So yes, if you've got something that is deliberately designed to be prominent as part of this silhouette of this particular asset, and there is a deliberate decision there. I can think of plenty, mainly 19th century churches where a tower was planned and never completed. This was completed, this has been there, it's got a deliberate intention, and if you are, sorry to use the word, distracting, drawing attention away from, you are undermining the ability of this building to convey its architectural significance, and actually undermining that architectural significance, in my view. And I understand you don't accept that.
Well, you understand there's a different point of view on this side.
Yes, I do.
I'm going to come separately to visual attachment. So with all of what you've just said, Mike, can you just help me with how all of that plays into a particular passage I want to take you to, and let's just mix this up and go to a different document, the Conservation Area Appraisal, which does discuss the cathedral, so it's naturally, which is document E06.
Yes, I have that.
E06, well done. And I just wanted to go within it, forgive me, to... there's a section called Cathedral Area, which starts on page 31 of the document in its original pagination. Where is that? It's paragraph 3, same month? Same number? Wow. Gosh. E06. E06. Oh, page 31. Page 31, sorry. Page 31. Now, this is dated June 2006, this document. I don't know when it would have all been compiled, but it was published in June 2006, which is at least 6 years before the Shard was completed. Though it had been consented by now. I don't even think it had been started, but anyway, it certainly wasn't completed in 2006. So just remember that as we look at what's said in this pre-Shard document. So Cathedral Area 3.4.3. Cathedral still retains much of its medieval fabric, the earliest phase of which is 12th century in origin. Significance of the cathedral and its wider historical contents is not to be underestimated, as it is an extant relic of medieval townscape. And it's this, set within the ever-changing environment of its modern setting. Once dominant over small lanes and buildings packed around it, it is now crowded by modern structures, the office buildings, railway, viaduct and London Bridge approach that surround it. We might pop the Shard in there now as well. And it's that notion of having been once dominant, now crowded by, and its ever-changing environment, the ever-changing environment of its modern setting. Now, how does that have a role at all in your analysis of the implications of our proposals on the heritage significance of the cathedral? The fact that it's an established aspect of the cathedral setting, that it's ever-changing, it's now a modern setting, cathedral was dominant, it's now crowded, etc., etc. Does that enter into this equation at all?
Yes, it does enter into the equation.
How so?
And it enters into the equation when you go back to looking at what contribution of the setting is to the cathedral. And so, in other words, the changes to the setting as you've indicated over time. From the south, in particular, as you come up the high street, it's a mini challenge to spot the cathedral.
Yes.
You could see the pinnacles just about, poor thing, just about in the middle of all of this later development. If you come from the north, it's a very different. If you're coming over the bridge and you're going along Montague Street, it's a very different picture. And so, because of changes to the setting there, the visual prominence of the cathedral within that part of its setting and that part of the conservation area, and it is only in that part, has now been enhanced. So,
are we on the bridge or are we
on both? Because when you're on the bridge and you're approaching the conservation area, but you are outside the conservation area, you have that slot that's been taken out.
Because there were buildings in front.
There were buildings in front of the cathedral.
I've got your point.
And so that slot is now filled with trees, and it's Minerva. Is it Minerva Square? Yeah. And that helps. You can see the tower, and as you pointed, strata behind it,
and others as well.
And others as well.
Just that the electric razor is just very distinctive, but there are other.
Yeah, there are others. So those changes have enhanced from the wider setting into the conservation area, the visual prominence of the tower. You can't see the whole cathedral, but of the tower. Well, as you go into the conservation area.
Sorry. Just pause, I promise we'll come back within the conservation. Let's just pause, because otherwise it'd be too much for my little brain. So can we just go back onto the bridge, so to speak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The changes have enhanced. I think you mean the removal of buildings that previously stood in front of the cathedral, so to speak, as you're walking across the bridge and looking towards it.
Yeah.
But there are other things that have happened.
Yes, there are.
Obviously, in one's view of the cathedral as you walk across the modern London Bridge. And just help me with that. I mean, the various tall buildings that you can see are also part of this ever-changing environment of its modern setting.
There are, and
do we ignore those in one?
No, we don't ignore them, and I don't ignore them, because you may recall in my proof I talk about London Bridge and the gap between the tower of the cathedral, and I'm going to get this right, on the west side of the bridge, and the tall buildings, the more modern tall buildings on the east side, and that position helps to maintain the visual prominence.
I'm sorry to interrupt you again.
Sorry, no.
Forgive me. My fault. It's the tall buildings behind the cathedral I'm talking about. There are at least three. I think from memory there are three.
Yeah.
The one can see.
I apologise. I thought you were talking about the ones that.
My fault.
Yeah.
Not the ones on the other side of the bridge around London Bridge Station. Yeah. The three there. I don't know whether they're all Elephant and Castle.
Well, certainly two of them.
Certainly two of them are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that has changed. Your appreciation, but they are, as you say, they're in the backdrop. Or behind, you said backdrop, they're behind the cathedral, but they are in the back, in the backdrop.
Carry on. So that's the bridge, and then I think we'd got down off the bridge.
Into Montague Close. Yeah. And this is one of the few areas where you can still see the cathedral without the crowding of those buildings that have been identified here, which clearly affect the visual dominance of the cathedral when you're coming up from the south. It's a very different condition. It's a very different experience.
But you can see from Montague, whatever it's called, I've lost it now, Close Square. But
Close, I think it is.
But Montague Close. You can see, so imagine you're on Montague Close looking towards the cathedral. Yeah. I'm going to get all my points of the compass mixed up, looking towards the cathedral. You can see to your left, you can see the modern office development.
You can.
Not a big fan of it, but you can see the modern office development clearly in conjunction with the cathedral. For example, as you walk forwards, I expect me to do all of this myself, obviously, but as you walk forwards towards the cathedral, then you can see it's not really the wider city because it's not that far away, as we can see from the model from the cathedral. You can see the Shard, most obviously, but other elements of the modern city around London Bridge Station as well.
Yeah.
So
I'm not ignoring them, and that's right. They don't crowd, to use the phrase that you pointed out here. They don't sort of crowd the cathedral in the same way. They are a presence, and then the question to be asked, and where we clearly disagree, is whether the presence of those buildings is positive in terms of the setting of the cathedral, whether they're neutral or whether they cause some harm.
Sure, that's okay. No, I understand you saying that's not quite my point.
Sorry,
No. It's entirely me. My point's a contextual point, and in understanding the impact. You say it's harmful. Others might have a different view, but you say it's harmful. In understanding whether an impact would be harmful, and if so, to what degree, one has to, as a contextual point, have very firmly in mind that what one's dealing with is a cathedral, which is set within an ever-changing environment, and where the whole notion of the cathedral is dominant over its immediate setting, its immediate surroundings, has changed. I mean, fundamentally,
it has
in relatively recent history.
Yes, it has.
The age of the cathedral. Yeah, and that has to be. It's not a question of, well, has that harmed it or, not harmed it or whatever. It's the context within which one has to reach one's conclusions today, if you like.
It is, and that's what I have done in reaching my conclusions and in reaching the level of harm I've identified.
Okay. No, thank you very much indeed. Good. All right. Let's bear with me. And I did say twice I'd come back to the visual attachment point, and I've almost forgotten to come back to the visual.
I was wondering whether to remind you.
But no, that's right. I'm so senile.
I'm a masochist.
Remind me of anything you like at any time. So we had, I think, visual attachment was for the 2018 scheme. We've got in certain images, you would see the 2018 scheme behind the tower of the cathedral.
Yep.
And to one side of it.
Yep.
And 2021, we had this remarkable concept of the embrace of the 20.
Well, I was trying to think of a neutral-ish term.
That's neutral. Is it?
Well,
Okay,
it might be my word, my term. I don't know whether you want to go to
No. The inspectors saw the images at the time, and time we get them back up in front of us, I would have fallen asleep. So let's carry on. So we've got 2018, we can picture in our minds how 2021 is on either side, so to speak, of the tower in a certain particular view.
Yes.
Visual attachment.
Yeah.
Just help me with this notion again. The architectural styles, materials, concepts, etc., of either the 2018 scheme or the 2021 scheme, whichever one wants to think about, in contrast to the cathedral. They would be visibly, noticeably, and obviously very different, wouldn't they?
They would be very different.
And anyone looking at these buildings would understand that it's not as if the one would merge, so to speak, into the other. It's not as if you've got something very similar to the cathedral. It looks like all of a sudden the cathedral is, I don't know, half as big again or whatever in its tower. They would be very obviously distinct buildings, wouldn't they? And actually in real life, when one's on the ground, one can understand and read the fact that, take the Shard, for example, that it is actually a bit of a distance away from the cathedral. One can understand that.
Well, one can understand that.
Depth of field.
The depth of field, yes, and that's the point of the visual attachment point I'm making here. If you try to, and I don't know whether you can correlate the physical distance with your perception of how that distance relates when you're looking at a tall building in relation to the tower. I don't know whether you can do that. But yes, because of the distance, the Shard is appreciated as distinct. It's not, as you see it, adjacent visually as two structures that appear to be next to each other. And the tower that you've got, both of your towers, will appear immediately. In fact, the cathedral tower will be in front of, definitely, hiding, definitely, part of your building, but conversely, your building will be affecting your ability to see the profile and the silhouette of the tower. Currently, you see the silhouette of the tower of the cathedral against clear sky. So when I say visual attachment, what I mean is the built form of your proposal is then seen in immediate conjunction with, or is perceived in immediate conjunction with, the tower of the cathedral.
Okay.
In some views. In other views, as Mr. Stewart's pointed out, the outline of your tower you can appreciate as an object further away.
Because
so that's what I mean by visual attachment.
So are you okay? No, I understand. Look at me. I hadn't understood it. Are you saying that phenomenon of visual attachment doesn't occur between the cathedral and the shard?
The shard, it does, at the very top on one of the pinnacles, and in fact I referenced that in my proof.
Okay,
I think.
so it does.
So it does, but it generally is read as a building, as you said, in the context of the cathedral. In one view, it actually is visually attached over the pinnacle.
Let's not fall out whether it's one or more than one.
Well, it may be more than one, but that's the one that I can remember.
The inspector will walk around for herself.
Yes, absolutely.
Probably already has. Yeah. Okay, so whatever it is, this is a phenomenon which, at least in one instance, I think it's a bit more than that, but at least in one instance, is a current phenomenon, vis-a-vis the shard and
for the shard.
Cathedral. Yeah. So you have another instance of it, or whatever, with either of our schemes. And just help me, if we come back to that point about the buildings being either of our towers and the cathedral being quite obviously distinct and different buildings, just as the shard is quite obviously a distinct and different building from the cathedral. That must enter into an assessment of whether there would be harm, and if so, how much harm, mustn't it? The whole idea that, this idea of appreciating the significance of the cathedral, fine, you've got another tall building which has come into certain of these views, remembering this isn't a debate about views, it's a debate about significance. But you can still understand the significance of the cathedral, even though the shard, for example, is in various views, in some cases quite close to the cathedral.
Your understanding of the architectural intent of the cathedral is going to be harmed, in my view, by the loss of the sky space, which is the optimum way to appreciate that tower. You get the full architectural effect. You understand the intended architectural role of that tower against a clear sky. You can still appreciate that role, but it is much less effective. If you have a building, the 2021 scheme, for example, which doesn't rise above the central tower, but actually clasps, if you want, it comes either side of the profile of the tower.
I understand what you're saying. You understand we take but we flushed out the phenomena that we're thinking about. Cool. Okay, I was going to move on to Guy's. I don't know whether you want to stop for tea or keep the tea there for a while. We've got Guy's, we've got the St. Thomas buildings, we've got the conservation area, and that'll be that. But we've got a little bit of time to go, so I don't mind, ma'am. Whatever you want to do. We've only been going an hour. I mean, I'm
but I don't know the tea.
Shall we carry on? Let's carry on. Shall we stop at about 3:30? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Good. Let's go to Guy's, please. And in the schedule, in the statement of common ground, where are we? This guy is gone. So for the 2018 scheme, it's page 29. So you've got above the middle towards upper.
Yeah.
Historic England are a bit higher than you at high.
Yeah.
Less than substantial. And at page 31, we've got the same for you and the same for them, I think, haven't we? Yes. Above the middle and towards the upper end, yeah. Okay. All right. And again, and I can show you all these references, but if we need to go to but in your evidence, you will remember this all very well because you wrote it. We have, for Guy's, again, it's the ability to appreciate the significance of the listed building. We've got visual prominence, that's of our building. We've got visual intrusion. I think the new concept, the concept we've got for Guy's, which I don't think you've used for other of the assets, is dissonance.
Yes.
Okay, so that might be one that we'll particularly pick up in our discussion. going to make a note of it, dissonance. And again, if we just go through those points together, please. Now, first of all, in terms of the context in which one should make these judgments, I mean, the fact of the matter is that Guy's modern, certainly this millennium context, but it had Guy's Tower actually last century, didn't it? So,
it did, yes.
Had its own tower, if you like, which has been added to significantly in the last few years, basically. So, for example, if you're in the quad that opens up immediately for St Thomas Street, so north quad,
the forecourt, yeah,
the north forecourt. Again, it's been there, I'm sure, to go back again, I'm sure. When you're in that quad, you look around, and it's very, very apparent that you can't miss the Shard, you can't miss the Shard Place, you can't miss the News Building, and if you turn round, if you spin round, you can't miss Guy's Tower. So all those things are, very clearly, say, I suspect, would you? I mean, prominent.
I think I would definitely say prominent in terms of Guy's Tower.
Yes.
If you're looking within the courtyard,
yes,
you can enter the courtyard. Obviously, the Shard and Shard Place are behind you as you enter the courtyard. You come into the courtyard and you can immediately see Guy's Tower.
Yes.
To your left, rising up above to the.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at my photographs as you talk. So
If you turn around, as you say, if you spin around, so you're looking at the main range, and you turn to look at the chapel, the west range. You'll know they're there. You've seen them because you've come in, but your experience is of standing in the square with the wing. Over here, if you turned your head, you would see the new Shard Place, etc. So you are aware they are there, but when you're within that planned courtyard at the moment, it is still possible. I'm trying to think of a neutral way of saying it. If you like, the listed buildings, the architecture of the listed buildings is still the prominent, the most obvious thing within that courtyard.
One is standing. But there's one side of this square which hasn't got a tall building behind it, and that's where the appeal site is, because there isn't a tall building on the appeal site.
That's correct.
There's three other sides of the square have got tall buildings.
Which is the one behind the main range you're thinking of? Then I can think of them to the Guy's Tower is one side.
Yeah.
You've got Shards, etc. to the north.
Shard Place. Yeah.
Yeah, they're to the north.
Okay, well, I'm treating Guy's Tower as being very apparent when you. It's so difficult to do this in this room, but yeah, you can see it on the model.
Yeah,
even better, you can see it on the model. There you are.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out which building you're referring to when you're looking south. So when you're looking at the main range from the courtyard, and I can't think of one.
I was thinking of Guy's Tower.
No, that's on one side. That's on
exactly. But when you say on one side, it's still very clearly apparent. That's what I'm putting to you. And if you'll say otherwise, then you
no. If that's what you're putting to me, it's just that you said on three sides.
Oh, I see.
So I was thinking I've missed one.
Okay. No, it's in terms of the effect on you can't possibly miss any of these.
Not miss Guy's Tower as you're going out of the complex or as you're going
as you come into it.
Yeah.
Indeed, and as you come into it, I mean, the reality is, just look around, and there are towers very clearly in the immediate setting.
Yes, that is true.
And that context, forgive me, that is the modern setting, the contemporary setting of Guy's Hospital as a listed building, as a Grade 2 star listed building. Grade 2 star listed building, and. Please don't get me wrong. I'm not making any sort of precedent point here. I'm making a point of context that Guy's Hospital still has its heritage significance, its inherent heritage significance and interest, even though it has Guy's Tower, the Shard Place, the News Building, significantly taller buildings significantly different architectural styles, etc., all within its immediate setting, still has its heritage interest intact, doesn't it?
It's not, well, no.
Well, that's the point.
I won't go to intact. It's what has happened, as you say, it's got a modern context.
Yep.
Elements of that context include tall buildings, and those tall buildings have harmed the significance and the ability to appreciate. So I don't think it is intact. And this is the point in the settings guidance when you're looking at changes and where it's saying contribution of setting to significance can be particularly strong where the setting of the heritage asset is closer. I'm paraphrasing and I'm hoping I'm not misrepresenting it, is closest to its original condition. So that's why you need.
That's not what we've got here.
No, that's right, and that's why I'm saying there has been harm to the in architectural integrity or significance of that asset through those buildings. And I understand you're not making a precedent point. All I'm saying is that it's not as intact as it was. The fact that the West Wing is a rebuild affects things as well to a certain extent, but not in terms of the architectural formality of the complex.
Yeah. I mean, the context and the immediate setting of the gardens has changed over time. It has changed several times since its original
it has.
construction.
Yeah.
One shouldn't assume, and I take it you're not assuming, if you like, that change, even sort of markedly visible change, is necessarily harmful to the heritage interest of the assets.
No, I'm not assuming that.
No.
Again, I'm sorry, I'm not assuming that.
Okay. So, let me test it in this way. Let's think of one which was approved by the council itself that you're representing. So that's Shard Place. Okay.
Shard Place, yeah.
Conservation area, etc. But across the street.
It is across the street. Yes.
And depending on which way one's looking, you can certainly see it from within this quad that we are metaphorically sort of standing in together at the moment. So, what particular, what precise aspect of the heritage interest, the heritage significance of the asset itself, not its setting, etc., but of the asset itself, has been harmed by the construction of that building?
Of Shard Place.
Of Shard Place. So I just want to test it out as a proxy to understand the notions and the concepts.
There's very little of the architectural formality of the courtyard that has been affected by Shard Place because of its position relative to the entrance of the.
All right, well, let's take that. Okay, but I wanted to avoid, talking forever and ever about the Shard. But the Shard, how about the Shard? Because that's certainly very clearly apparent in conjunction, so to speak, with a clear view.
If you go to
the range.
If you go to the southern courtyards and to the one on the east. You see the Shard rising above a carefully composed, small, quiet quad. And the regularity and the sense of seclusion and the sense of enclosure have all been eroded, and those are part because this upper section, I don't know how much, because the Shard rises above
seclusion. Why is it in the first place that the sense of seclusion, guys now is it's about as unsecluded as you can get in this globally important, globally significant business district. But how is the sense of seclusion, I'll get my words out, how is the sense of seclusion some feature of interest and importance, if you like, vis-a-vis the heritage significance of Guys? Where is that documented, if you like?
It's because when it was first built, those areas were part of the amenity for the incurables, for whom the hospital was built. So they were the courts that the patients would go out into, and you didn't have the general public going through it in the same way as they do now.
Right.
So that's an element of its architectural and historic interest. That has changed. as you have pointed out,
Yeah.
that, you know, there are now benches in parts of it, in parts of those of the loggia as you walk through, and people use those.
Yeah.
But you still, in terms of those spaces, you still, and the inspector can go see and experience, you can still go into particularly the west courtyard and be in a space that is enclosed with the buildings all around it. You can appreciate, understand the significance of that, and there isn't the modern intervention above.
Let's think particularly about the northern quad, please, if you may, because in the northern quad, of the western side of the square quad, that's where our appeal site lies, and that's where you particularly, if I got this right, points the compass, and that's where you particularly draw an attention to the either of our buildings rising above, behind the chapel.
Yeah, behind that wing.
So is that where you would say the most marked impacts are of our proposal, in that square?
It's most marked in terms of understanding and appreciating the architectural significance of the composition. So yes.
Good. So let's just stay in that square for the purpose of these questions, please, and let's not go off the western, wherever it was, quadrangle or something. Let's stay in that square for the sake of these questions. If I'm in that square, I mean, you talked about benches and so on. I mean, that's the square which has had this, I don't know what the project's called, but they've introduced all these stone, they're real stone or not, but all these
steps and
benchy things, and people sit on there and drink their coffee and stuff.
Yes, they do.
So it's obviously a very public place. Forget all the stuff that's going on around it. It's not a sort of place of seclusion where, fortunately, ill people are walking around secluded from the outside world. So that's long gone. And then if you just look beyond the square itself, I mean, there's no way that you could describe that square as secluded.
No.
Right.
But those
as a context, forgive me just for one minute. Sorry, my fault. So as a contextual point, when it's said that one of the real problems, if you like, or harms of the towers that we propose, either of them, both of them, is that it would impinge upon the sense of seclusion. It must be an important contextual point to bear in mind that there isn't really a clear sense of seclusion in the quad where you say the most damage would be done. That must be relevant.
No. Where I disagree with you is that it is still possible to have that sense of separation, seclusion. Seclusion is not the right word for the forecourt. Certainly is for the other quads. I'm not going to go back to those. But in terms of the in terms of the forecourt,
separation.
You go. You clearly go along St Thomas's Street. You can see all the tall buildings. You can see the activity. You come in through those gates, and you're historically, not as much now, historically you would have been entering into a space of a very different character, and that is part of its architectural and historic significance.
Right.
That has changed, as you have pointed out.
Thank you.
And the use of that square is much more, if I can use the word, democratic. People go in there, they sit and have coffee. In terms of heritage, that has not affected the heritage significance of the space. The fact that people go in there doesn't actually change the value of that space in terms of its role in the architecture and the planning of that building.
Forgive me, I was exploring with this. I thought it was a sense of seclusion. It's now become a sense of separation, I think.
Yeah.
Particular quad. That's I
think that's what I put in my proof.
Fine. So a sense of separation. Yeah. So just help me with this. It must be relevant. Well, for the inspector to us. Sorry, I'm going to stop myself. Let's take a step back. Can I understand this? So when the inspector goes to the north quad, which is where you say the largest degree of less than substantial, whatever it might be, harm would arise, she should assess, shouldn't she, whether she believes, concludes that there is, if you like, a distinct sense of separation now. That would be a relevant thing for her to ask, wouldn't it?
Well, it's relevant. Yes. It's not the determining thing.
Did I say it was?
No. But if I can develop my thought, when she goes, I'm telling her she'll do it herself. You go onto that site. You go through into a separate area historically very separate, and still with a sense of separation.
That's my
of different character.
So
Still, what she will look at, or what she will see, is either one of your buildings, if they are built, rising significantly
I'm talking about the
above.
existing situation.
Yeah. Oh, all right. I'll stop there then.
Yeah,
I'll stop
I'm
there
talking
then.
about, because I'm going to suggest that if, as it's been said, I think it's been, well, it has been said, that, you know, one of the real problems, so to speak, of our scheme is it would in some way harm this sense of separation. One has to first of all understand, well, is there that sense of separation now? Because if there isn't, or there's not really much real sense of separation, then it's hard to see how there could be much harm to it if it either doesn't exist or there isn't that much of it. So, forgive me, it's a long build up to the question. It must be relevant for the inspector to go on to the Guy's Hospital site, so to speak, and ask herself the question, well, do I think, as an acid test question, do I actually think that I'm here in a quad with a sense of separation from the world around me? And if she concludes that that's what she thinks, well, there you are. I disagree with her, but that's what she would come to. But she has to ask that question.
Sense of separation doesn't mean she doesn't experience the world around her. It means that there's a distinct difference in the experience in that space. To use the urban design terms, the private public, that which have different characters. So, and it's the heritage point of that I'm trying to get to and clearly failing to convey.
No, I'm sure it's me.
That's what I'm trying to
I'm sure it's
convey. No, I'm sure it's not.
Okay. Can we turn to dissonance, please? Thank you very much indeed. To what extent is dissonance an impolite way of saying contrast?
No, it's not an impolite. Oh, I can't even say it, impolite way of saying contrast. You've pointed out I use it in connection with this asset. I don't use it for any of the others, and the reason I use it for this asset is because of the architectural formalities of the heritage asset, which is based on that axial arrangement and is very strongly evident. So you have the build-up of that classical elevation reaching the top, and therefore you can contrast. And if you decided to put your tower, for sake of argument, aligning it with the pediment, you could argue, well, all you're doing is you're drawing the eye, and then you're drawing the eye up and you're reinforcing the axis, but you're not. You're off, and it may be, and this is where the relative judgment comes in. As an architectural historian, I look at that and I think that has more impact, and because I'm interested, or a clear part of its significance is its architectural formality, I place a bit more weight on that. And it's dissonant because it's just off. And I'm not saying it's deliberately just off. It's done perversely. So I'm not trying to be impolite.
Okay, so this has nothing to do with contrasting architectural styles, materials, etc., etc. This is your off axis.
It's your relationship, which comes from location and proximity.
Okay. Now, of all of these points that you've made, so dissonance, sense of separation rather than seclusion, visual intrusion, distraction, and so on and so forth. Is any of them higher up in the list of, in your minds, the most obvious point? Are they all much of a muchness? I don't mean that rudely, but they're all pretty much the same, sort of similarly important to you, or is any of these points above the others, so to speak, in terms of?
Oh no, I haven't. I haven't ranked them like that. It's and I would find it difficult to do so because of the nature of the significance of the asset.
Okay, all right. Thanks very much indeed. Good, because again, if we take your dissonance point, the fact that there would be in either 2018, there would be something quite obviously very different in architectural style, height, etc., etc. I mean, immediately behind, if you like, the chapel wing. Would not, surely, change one's ability to look at the chapel wing and understand its architecture?
It would change your ability to understand the architecture and for the architectural significance to be appreciated. So it would affect both. I'm not saying it would remove your ability to do so,
No.
but if you currently can see that formal architectural composition against within a formally related planned space, and you're stood on the axis, you can't actually stand on the exact cross point because that's where the statue is, but if you align yourself, and you've currently got clear sky, and so the visual impact and the composition, albeit fairly subtle, with that to the emphasis of the pediment, and then you put something behind there, that does affect your ability to understand the architectural composition.
Right.
Doesn't remove it,
No.
but it does have in my view, a middle of the range significant impact on it, on your ability.
So sky behind that range at the moment, part of the sky, depending on where I'm standing, obviously, but you know, I don't know, take the worst case place to stand in from your perspective in terms of seeing one of our towers. So there was sky and now there's a tower.
Yeah.
And that in itself in some way inhibits one's understanding of the architectural composition of the part of the square, which the quad, which is made up of.
It
that's the note. That's the concept.
Yeah, it affects it. And
right.
if I may just say, if you turned the other way,
yes.
So step back and step on the outside the chapel.
The chapel behind you.
Yes, step out from the chapel, and if you look the other way, you can see the Shard, and you can see St George's Tower, and they are placed. They are either side of the pediment there. Not deliberately so. The pediment still on the east wing has clear sky behind it, so you can do a bit of compare and contrast if you wish.
Well, but
it's only in that one position.
Yeah, because as you move, with great respect, as you move, I mean that by the way, but as you move around, and I'm looking at my pictures, the Shard is directly above the pediment of the eastern range.
That's why I was very specific with the viewpoint, and this goes back to, you know, obviously you need to experience it in the round, but on that axial viewpoint, looking back the other way, you can get a sense of, and I'm not saying my sense of it will be the same as the inspectors or indeed Mr. Stewart's, but you can get a sense of the point I'm making about the axial composition and the symmetry and how tall buildings behind there can have different impacts. And that's why I think the impact of your tall building will be different. One of the reasons will be different to the impact of the existing tall buildings.
All right. And you'll understand we have a different approach.
Yes, I do.
Good, thank you. Let's stop there because we've got St Thomas. I want to feature particularly the Georgian Terrace in inverted commas in St Thomas Street, and then we've got the conservation area. So let's have our coffee or tea break now, because otherwise we'd be going on and it would be getting cold out there. But we're doing very well. I'm certainly within my time, way within my time.
Good.
Could I just check, because I'm conscious at the beginning of the day, Dr. Barker-Mills indicated that he might have difficulties resuming tomorrow. So I just wanted to check whether we're fine to be on.
We're on a.
I'm grateful.
Thank you very much.
Okay, if we come back, if we just have 15 minutes, is that
sure?
Okay. Yes, if we come back up to 3:45, then thank you. Good.
Good. Get you done and dusted pretty soon now, I think. Got some Market Mills. Market Mills.
I don't know. I've been called worse.
Dr. Market Mills.
That's going to stick now.
I know.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Gosh. No, I won't go there with all my stories. Right, let's move to St Thomas's Street. So we're going to mix it up now, and I'm going to ask you some different type of questions. How about that? Just to
you've saved the best till I'm
not at all. This is the absolute pits now. But anyway, let's move on to St Thomas Street and the Georgian Terrace. If I can just isolate the the buildings that are part of the appeal sites and scheme. So, as you know, for the listed buildings in St Thomas Street, particularly the Georgian Terraces, we've dubbed it loosely, and you add the bunch of grapes, which is immediately to one side. You found for the schemes in question, we are at a middle level of less than substantial harm, aren't we, for 2018 and 2021?
I think so.
Can't do our side-by-side comparison I can't with Historic England, because they've looked at the conservation area within which they've drawn in, for example, the Georgian Terrace, etc. Okay, so we can't do a direct side-by-side, I don't think. Anyway, so we've got you at middle level now. So I'm going to ask you two sort of different questions here. So first of all, for the Georgian Terraces, as we all know, the appellants propose some works to the buildings themselves, the listed buildings themselves, and obviously there's the separate listed building consent application that goes with each set of proposals. And you indicate in your evidence, we can look at it if we need to, that the council supports those works which are considered to be a heritage benefit. The works, the terrace. So there seems to be a good thing, not a bad thing. So we're on the right side of the equation, so to speak, for those works. So my question I wanted to ask you about this is that when you do an assessment of the impact of, as you see it, of the harmful impact, as you see it, of the appeal schemes registering at middle level, less than substantial harm, I think, and I just want to check, that is your conclusion in relation to the aspects of the proposals that you consider to be harmful. You haven't, in other words, for example, netted off the countervailing or the other side of the equation, which is that there would be some beneficial impacts as well because of the works that we propose to the terrace.
Correct. I haven't carried out a sort of an internal heritage balance.
As I'm sure the inspector's familiar with the phrase, or Palmer style,
or whatever. No, the harm relates to the proposed new building, not the works, and stands separate from that assessment.
Okay. All right. But of course, when the inspector comes to make an overall conclusion in relation to this, she obviously not only have to bear in mind whatever conclusions she reaches on the negative side of the equation, whatever they might be, and whatever degree they might be, but also she's got to bring into the equation as well, of course, the beneficial side of the proposals. And what we propose has all been explained at some length. Now, what I want to do is I just want to ask you in relation to those beneficial aspects of the proposals, a question which arises from the Mppf, if I could ever find it again. And that's our core document D01. You've got a hard copy of it.
I have.
The inspector, I think, is using it online. It's back to page 57, which is the PDF number as well, I think, page 57.
Excuse me. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking in 57 of the document underneath. No wonder it's a bit odd.
That won't help you much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And it's paragraph 199. So, I mean, in a way, I suspect you've probably been to this before, if you like, for this point, but might or might not be well-trodden ground. But this is a case where perhaps unusually we've got, in your eyes, there's harm, and in your eyes, there's also some benefit. And query, what on earth should we do with that? So if we look at 199 together, when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation.
Yes.
Which I think it's commonly read to mean, well, to great weight should be given to making sure you don't harm it, if you like.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. And if anything, to try and make it better, enhance it. So, in other words, wherever it comes in the equation, whether you do a net assessment and say, well, there's this harm and this benefit, let's net them one off the other, or whether you do this sort of different sort of assessment, which is saying, in paragraph 202, here's the harm, and let's look at the public benefits. And one of the public benefits is that there is some heritage advantage to the scheme. Wherever it comes in that, the heritage benefits, just like on the other side of the equation, harm, but the heritage benefits mustn't be forgotten in all of this, and they too should be given great weight, should they not?
They should, if particularly, I'll use that word, particularly if the heritage benefits relate directly to sustaining the significance. So in the case of the works you're doing, as I think I've said in my proof, you're recovering, if I can put it like that, more of the original plan form. The plan form is part of the historic interest and architectural interest of that terrace. That's part of its significance. So yes, it should attract the weight. Great weight. Sorry, yes.
Good. Good. Right. I said I'll mix things up a bit. So that's the first of my mixing it up a bit questions. Thank you. And then the other question I've almost forgotten. Where's it gone? It's here somewhere. Yes, otherwise, I think in relation to the harm side of the equation, if we can just revert back to that, I think we are sort of variously in very similar sort of ground as with the other listed assets, aren't we? Not the conservation area, but the other listed assets. So we've got, in your proof, we've got visual distractions, jarring relationship, etc., etc. I mean, these are all similar to, if not, and in some cases the same as the concepts we've already discussed.
Yes.
Okay. Right. So I'm not going to, repeat all of the competing sort of arguments about that, because we've done it under so many times and under various different guises. But in relation to Georgian buildings in St Thomas Street, of course, as we know, we've got Georgian buildings in St Thomas Street on the north side, the other side of St Thomas Street, and the notion of having, you might call it jarring, you might call it abrupt. Someone else might say, distinctly contrasting relationships is not new to St Thomas Street, because if we think about the Georgian buildings on the northern side of St Thomas Street, we have, and they're all listed, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. We have a situation where not immediately behind them in distance terms, but behind them in the view, so to speak, in their backdrop, we have the news building literally rising.
Yes.
Behind.
Yep.
Above. And then obviously, as one walks to the east along St Thomas Street, the Georgian terrace has a sort of dog leg, doesn't it? Has an L in it.
Yes, it has a single story. Yeah.
Yeah, most of it's set back, and then you come to immediately before Shard Place. You come to
at the end stop to the L with a little telephone kiosk.
Yeah, but there's a building there's actually a distinct building there,
yes, that's right,
as the inspector will have seen and see again. And obviously literally next to that it's Shard Place.
That's correct.
Yeah, which is very distinctly different. And now, I mean, it could just as well be said, couldn't it, that the relationship of the news building to that Georgian terrace and the relationship of Shard Place to that building terrace is jarring and abrupt and etc., and overpowering and dominant. I mean, all those things could be said about those.
It could be.
Yes.
It could be said. You would have to look at the specifics of how the Shard Place relates in terms of its position, both in terms of the ground floor and where the canopies come in relation to the listed buildings. But yes, you could
Yes.
say that.
And my point isn't precedent. My point isn't, one bunch of harm justifies another bunch of harm. My point rather is contextual, which is that, I don't know, but just as a bit of a test of the situation, because we haven't got a tall building on our site behind our Georgian terrace, but there are tall buildings behind and next to the Georgian terrace on the other side of the same type of street. So as an acid test, one could ask oneself, couldn't one, well, am I less able to, is the significance of those buildings less apparent or less appreciable to me in a harmful way, in some way harmful to the significance of those Georgian buildings because of the news building in Shard Place?
You could ask those questions, yes.
Indeed. And I'd suggest to you that the Georgian terrace opposite us has its heritage interest and its heritage significance there. I just say, even though, although I'm trying to think of some different way of putting it, despite the fact that, or even given, that immediately behind them, in their backdrop, is News Place, and literally right next door to them is the Shard Place development. And yet that Georgian terrace has its architectural interest and his heritage interests, etc., there for us to appreciate.
It's still there, yes. It's but we're going back to the very beginning of the discussion as to how far that has been eroded, or what the impact of those developments are on your ability to appreciate it, and B, on the the significant architectural significance of the terrace. Queen Anne rather than Georgian.
Did I say?
Yeah, I was going to say it, but I just thought, oh, go on, Queen Anne.
How did I get that wrong? I must have.
I think it's probably because
stupid, really.
No, it's because we probably, the shorthand, everyone says it's a Georgian planned street.
Right.
Not quite, but anyway.
Okay.
But yes, you can see that. I understand the point you're making. You understand the.
Okay, thank you. Good. Thank you very much, Dr. Parker Mills. You're far more knowledgeable than your twin brother, Dr. Mills Parker. But
well, I haven't met him yet, so I wouldn't guarantee that.
Okay, let's move on, please. Finally, the conservation area. And I wonder whether for the conservation area we can just take back to hand the conservation area appraisal. That might not be a bad thing to have to hand for the conservation area. We'll remember those points of approach we discussed ages ago about the impact on the area as a whole, etc. And in the conservation appraisal, which is CDE06, I wanted you to go, please, if you'd be so kind, to page 57. Same in the PDF, so page 57.
Yes.
And it's a paragraph there, I referred to it in my opening, so paragraph 5.2.8 on page 57.
Yep.
And really, when I read this, I just found it quite striking, really. So let's look at it together. So we're told about the area being defined in 1968 and reflected the distinct. There's something wrong with this sentence. Reflected something described in section 3, and the reasons for designating it broadly remain applicable. It's this: Borough High Street has throughout its history had to accommodate change, and part of its character is due to the immense variety that change has brought. Yes. It's a restless place, if you like. The layers of history have changed and added, and things have evolved over time, and that is said to be part of its character, the immense variety of that change.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, it's said to be part of its character. Yeah.
Yes, but it is, isn't it? I mean, not only is it said to be, which is...
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to imply that I disagree with that.
Exactly.
No, yes.
And we can see in similar vein, immense variety. If we go back in the document to page 7, which is where we find the sub-areas discussed, page 7, paragraph 1.2.6. Sorry. Might just be saying the same thing in slightly different language. Borough High Street is a conservation area of great diversity, so that while it has a clear overall identity, it is made up of sub-areas with distinct characters of their own. It's a great diversity, and each of its character areas are distinct, have their own distinct character. So it's an area, part of its character and appearance, which is what we're interested in, obviously, from these assessments, is that it's an area of immense variety, it's an area of great diversity.
Yep.
So those things mean the same, but that's what this appraisal is telling us.
That's telling us that in two places, yeah.
Indeed. And you don't quarrel with any of that, obviously.
No.
Good. And the notion that it's had throughout its history to accommodate change, perhaps it's a statement of the obvious, but that's also pertinent to this, and it's written in the appraisal of the conservation area.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And just to use my expression that I've become particularly fond of is this inquiry. I mean, it is really a conservation area that allows us to understand, I mean, various layers of history. I mean, you can see in the conservation area, you can see various different distinct periods of its history, can't you?
You can.
Yeah, okay. Right. Now, with all of that in mind, so immense variety, great diversity, had to accommodate change over time, etc., etc. With all of that in mind, I wonder if I could just... It's the only time I'm ever going to do this to Dr. Barkin Mills, but just save it to the very end. I'm just going to get a bit picky with you about one particular point. It's not in my nature, but paragraph 9.80 on page 107 may well be...
sorry, it's my proof.
Yes, your proof. I'm so sorry. Page 107 of your proof.
Yep.
Page 9.80. 9.80.
Yep.
It may well be that I've just misread the sentence at the beginning of 980, but you say both applications would introduce a tall building completely out of scale with its historic context. And then you say in the heart of the conservation area. Now, maybe this is just all meant to be read in a run, but there's nothing. We certainly wouldn't be introducing a tall building that's completely out of scale with the historic context of the conservation area by doing what we're doing here. It's the introduce, because of course, as we know, Shard Place across the road is a tall building in the conservation area. It may be bad drafting that's led to this ambiguity. Right. What that sentence means is the historic context I'm referring to is the immediate context of the site, not the whole conservation area. Right. Okay. So I apologise if that's my bad drafting, but that's what it's intended to mean. I mean, we don't have to go very far to find this other tall building in the conservation area. Not since that one's been constructed, but you have to go outside the conservation area to see get to the other ones. You can see them from within. I understand that. Yeah. Okay. So part of as things are now, it's relevant surely to the inspector's assessment as to whether either of our proposals, either of them, would cause a level of harm, if any, to the conservation area as a whole, etc., etc. Part of all of that is that the great diversity and the immense variety of the conservation area and the change that it's had to accommodate, has accommodated over time, in our era includes a tall building across the street from us at Shard Place. It does, but the conservation area appraisal to which you referred also sets out, in fact, in the paragraph before the one you direct me to, which talks about new design in the conservation area. Sure. It talks about in each situation, buildings should remain within the range of heights of the block of buildings in which they are sited. So there is, in terms of this document anyway, an approach being advocated that says you need to respect the immediate context, the range of heights of the block of buildings in which you're intervening, if I can put it like that. So that's the distinction I'm making. Forgive me, there are many different things going on in this appraisal. Yes. Amongst which are these two things. Yeah. One of them is advice, and the piece you've referred me to at 5.27. Yep. Page 57, last sentence is a piece of advice. It should remain within the range of heights. It is. And the thing that I'm interested in, the other thing this document does that I'm interested in, the these questions of you, is what it says, the document says about the character and appearance of the conservation area.
Yes, they are two separate different things.
Exactly.
I understand that.
Which is why I've taken you to great diversity, immense variety, you know, things of the layers of history over time.
No, I'm sorry again if I've made it appear that you've taken me to somewhere inappropriate, or I was just pointing that out because of the context to which you were referring.
Absolutely.
Part of the immense variety.
That's fine. And so exactly. And of course, if we maybe we'll have to do this with a different witness, but you understand, of course, that Shard Place was consented by your client council. You know,
I understand that, yes.
Have you? I don't know whether you have you sort of gone to the report which led to the grant of that consent?
I have read it, and I've read the reports for some of the other tall buildings, but obviously all those decisions were taken by the council, and I'd been specifically engaged by them for this scheme much later, so I'm not sure how helpful I would be to you on it.
No. It's just I suspect I probably have to do this with another witness, but it's just that, I mean, you know, it's probably at least relevant. I think it must be at least relevant to bear in mind that, you know, Shard Place, just across the road from us, now built, etc., was consented in against the background of the advice being given in the case officer's report that Shard Place would actually introduce, you know, positives to the conservation area. In other words, it wasn't seen as being all these things that you're saying about our towers, or maybe these things that you're saying about our towers. You see, so there's
I do see the point you're making.
One of approach and consistency.
There is a point of approach, and I would hope, as a sort of expert looking in, that the council would be looking for positive influences on the conservation area for new development in there. That's the view they took for that particular building.
Sure. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Just bear with me. Those were the questions which I wanted to ask you. Thank you very much indeed. I'm well within my time this now.
Thank you. I've got a question first before re-examination.
Make it a
Don't look scared.
Make it a real toughie.
It's my natural instinct. Yeah.
I'm sort of thinking a little bit out loud here. I alluded to it in my opening, what day are we on? Thursday. The other day. Because I got here Sunday, I'm confused as to what day it is. But so we've got the Georgian Terrace.
Yes.
Yeah, back at the Georgian Terrace, and we've got 4 applications effectively. We've got the 2 planning, the 2 associated listed buildings.
Yeah.
Consent. Now, a listed building consent is a much narrower thing for me to consider than the sort of broader planning schemes, and I understand the council's position in terms of the planning and that the listed building consents are wrapped up also within that. But from what I've seen and from what you've said, you consider that the actual physical works to the listed building consents are a benefit in themselves, but the harm arises in terms of the effect of the new builds on them. I've got to make a recommendation. And given the narrow remit of a listed building consent under section 20 of the Act, the council did give putative reasons for refusal to harm to the listed buildings from the physical works. And I'm trying to understand how I'm meant to deal with that and make a recommendation to the Secretary of State and what your position is on that.
Yes, the council identified harm to the listed building principally in terms of provision of shop fronts along the rear of the.
And that's the 2018
scheme, and that's on the basis that it inverts the hierarchy of a traditional terrace. So there was some harm there. They weren't identifying, as I understand it, that the materials being used or the physical elements of that were actually going to be causing harm to significance of the terrace, because as we have seen, most of the, if not all of that terrace is now modern fabric. There may be some hidden underneath. So yes, there is that element of harm that was identified, but the view was taken looking at that element of harm in the context of a listed building, looking at that element of harm, and then looking at the other works within the listed building consent. There were heritage benefits, and those outweighed it. And if I've got that wrong, I'm sure that one of my colleagues will put me right.
I'm just sort of thinking, because I can't. Conceivably, I'm not saying I'm doing this, but I could recommend dismissal of the planning, but allowing listed buildings, and then they probably wouldn't ever happen, be realised, because they are. But conceivably, what have I got to hang a refusal on, and given the council's position of putative reasons for refusal on listed building? I'm just trying to get my head.
I can see the issue. I don't think I have an answer for you. Let me think about it.
Mr. Philpott.
I think on that, it's probably best if we reflect on that and take instructions rather than coming up with something on the hoof.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. Okay, thank you. Well, that's my only question that I had to put to you. So, okay. So, Mr. Philpott, do you have many questions in re-examination?
I've got a few. Probably take about 20 minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Barker-Mills, I'm going to ask my points in the order in which matters arose, and the first points are about approach. If you recall being asked about that, and specifically you were asked about the policy changes that had arisen through the development plan in relation to World Heritage Sites. Do you recall those questions?
I do recall, yes.
And the questions, as I understand the exchange, were ultimately about what had led to the tightening of policy on protecting World Heritage Sites and the implications of that for the consideration of harm. That seemed to be where you ended up.
I think so, yes.
And you said in that context, you referred to previous harm from a particular form of development. That was my note of what you said. I just want to understand what form of development and what harm you're referring to there.
The form of development I'm referring to are tall buildings, because I believe that's where the tightening, the concerns around tall buildings, that's where the tightening emerged. So the Shard is one, and we went through the report. Sorry, my brain is beginning to fry. Went through the report. Other ones that I would consider, and it is my judgment, would be the Fenchurch Street, i.e. the walkie-talkie, where you have a similar sort of relationship. So it's that's what I meant. That's what I was referring to.
So tall building development in the setting of World Heritage Site. And that's what you're talking about, leading to the change of policy.
Yes, within the London plans, and it's for this particular. Well, there are two World Heritage Sites which have generated the concern. One is the Palace of Westminster and St Margaret's, and the other is the Tower of London. And the Tower of London is the one that has the example specifically put forward.
Thank you. And then you were asked some questions about the concept of substantial harm.
Mm-hmm.
And those questions are put to you by reference to the guidance in the PPG, and the phrase which I had a note of, I think it was the way the question was framed for you, doing something serious to something that is key, words to that effect. And you've made clear, or both in your written evidence and in your oral evidence, that you don't say it passes that threshold of substantial harm. But I just want to ask, first of all, sort of generality. When doing that, and you've explained in relation to each asset which elements of significance, ability to appreciate significance, are affected, and you've identified what you say the level of harm is. Looking at the first part of that, so the elements of significance, ability to appreciate significance that you're picking out, just want to understand, is your position that you don't get over the threshold because those elements of significance are not key, or because the harm to it doesn't pass the threshold into substantial?
It's the latter.
Right.
It's the elements which are the elements of significance which are identified in the statement of common ground. Some of those will be affected, some of them won't, and so that's where I'd have the discussion about my concern about I think the helpful phrase that Mr. Katkowski came up with was mechanistic. If you go down that route of just counting, well, you've identified 10 and only 3 are affected. So not all of them will be affected. So it's the latter point. Look at what's affected and then make your judgment about how it's affected and then where you are on the threshold.
Thank you. That's helpful clarification. And then you were asked some questions about the Edith Summerskill House approach. So it's probably worth just digging that document out again.
I have that, yes.
And also the Tulip, because the two went to both decisions.
Yes, I have that.
And just starting out, please, if we can, with the Tulip, I think in the decision letter, you're looking at paragraph 16 on page 3.
Yes, that's correct.
Where Secretary of State says, Secretary of State agrees that Inspector's Report 14.2, the starting point, understanding significance, is the OUV, and that the key point is not whether some aspects would be left untouched, but the importance of what would be affected. That is the setting to its significance, and then agrees with what's said at 14.3. And those are when you refer by contradistinction to Edith Summerskill House to the Tulip decision, that's what you have in mind, is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So if we go then to the Edith Summerskill House decision and the inspector's report at 12:49, I do it. It's page 78 of the inspector's report.
Paragraph 1249, the top of the page. Yes.
That's right.
Yep.
And in responding to questions about this, you referred to concerns you had about what you described as a mathematical approach. Can you just explain what you meant by a mathematical approach?
Well, it's the idea that you would, again, take a number of elements of the contribution made by setting, and you would say that one's not affected, that one's not affected, that one's not affected. Say you've got 10, because my maths is not my strongest point, you've got 30% that is not affected, so therefore I can't get above 70% in any event, so I'm not going to get anywhere near high levels of harm, rather than say, and then conversely saying, oh, I've got 10 and it only affects 1, so I'm only ever going to affect 10% of the contribution. So you're looking at it mechanistically or mathematically, quantitatively rather than qualitatively.
Thank you. And if we
couldn't even say that,
just to take an example of that in relation to an asset which is in play here, which is the Tower of London, World Heritage Site. Back to the Tulip decision and the inspector's conclusion. So we're in section 14, and in the internal pagination, page 143, and it's paragraph 14.31.
Yep.
Yes, I'll wait until it's obviously important that you have it as well as the witness. 143. We'll be coming back to this in another context, so it's worth just keeping it to hand, as it were. This is dealing with view 10A, so one of the two key views that the inspector was looking at. If one looks to the final third of this paragraph 14.3.1, there's a sentence beginning taken together. See that?
Yes, I do.
Taken together, I find that it would seriously detract from the OUV of the WHS and the significance of the White Tower in particular, and result in more than moderate impact. The context of the enormous importance of the Tower of London World Heritage Site, its significance as a whole would not be drained away, but the contribution provided by its setting would be much reduced. So there's a finding there, it's less than substantial harm, but it's a more than moderate impact. Now, looking at the Tower of London as an asset and all the things that go towards making up its OUV, if you applied a mathematical approach, would you be able to get to that conclusion?
No.
And just briefly, why not?
Why not? Oh, sorry, I missed that. Why not? Because you'd be looking at one view, albeit one of two of the key views, but you'd be looking at one view and then saying, well, all of the other views within the tower, local setting study, all of the other views from the South Bank, etc., all of those are unaffected. So I've got less than 1%. And I cannot reasonably logically say that 1% of harm is greater than negligible or
Just pausing there. When you're running through those points, are you only looking at setting?
Yeah.
So the point you've just made, does that include those elements of the physical fabric which contribute to significance?
Well, the physical fabric is not touched by this.
Thank you. As I said, we'll come back. We can put the Summerskill House decision to one side. We'll come back to because it has significance for some other questions you were asked. We then looked at the approach to harm in the conservation area, and there were questions about harm to part, harm to whole. You recall that?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And just looking at it in the abstract at first. So leaving aside these proposals, and I'll bring it back to those in a minute. This question of impact on part and impact on the whole, and how one looks at it. Conservation area, take this conservation area. So and its size and overall variety. How common or otherwise would it be to find an individual development proposal, whether it's demolition or a new building or a bit of both, that would affect the whole of the conservation area as opposed to any part of it?
It's unusual in my experience.
Yeah, and in this case, we've got a particular form of development. Obviously, we've got two towers, and so far as the sub areas of the conservation area are concerned, and you can, if you want to have those to hand, they're helpfully identified on the plan at the beginning of the conservation area appraisal. So page 4, there's a map showing the sub areas. How many of those sub areas would be affected in your view by the impacts of this proposal?
All of them.
You. Then you were asked a question, a contextual question, and this I think was maybe put to you by reference to the model about tall buildings in the vicinity of London Bridge and the inevitability of some degree of harm. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Two short questions that arise from that. What's your view as to whether the harm that would arise from building tall buildings in this area is likely to be uniform or different or something else across all potential sites?
It's certainly not going to be uniform across all potential sites, not least because of the existence of other tall buildings already there. And so the relationship between any new tall building on a site in areas further east, further east along St Thomas Street will have the benefit, if that's the right word, of the presence of the existing tall buildings, meaning that they may be visually not appreciated from sub-area 3, for example, which is in the northeastern quadrant. So whereas because of the position of the site here, in those areas, there's nothing to screen that building in the same way. So that, the impact would not be uniform across the conservation area, across the assets, for any site in that area.
And just at a high level, if we take up your proof of evidence.
Yep.
We looked at this in evidence in chief, but pages 68 and 69.
Yes.
You examine the impacts by reference to some headings, and you identify where they come from in terms of the guidance.
Yep.
The first one, location and siting, including proximity to asset, position in relation to key views, and then you've got form and appearance, prominence, dominance, conspicuousness.
Yeah.
Are those matters that would be uniform? Would they vary? What would be the position?
Well, depending on the first one, and these are interlinked, they're not
Sure.
completely separate. They are interlinked, but depending on the first one, the location, so how close they are to assets, the position in relation to key views to and from those assets, that will influence the impact on appreciation of significance and significance within the conservation area, for example. The form and appearance can heighten that. It can include prominence, dominance, conspicuousness. So they will vary depending on where your building is.
Yeah. And then you were asked questions about the role of architectural quality in the consideration of heritage impact. And I want to just revisit that again, please, by reference to the Tulip decision.
Mm-hmm.
So you have that, hopefully it's still reasonably to hand.
Yes.
Page 154 this time, please.
Yep.
So this is under the heading you see, sympathetic to local character and history.
Yep.
And this includes the consideration of design quality in this context, in the context of. I do apologise. I'm grateful. 1484, so it's under the heading sympathetic to local character and history. And if you look to the penultimate sentence, I think it is, as repeated in the Citron decision and recognised by policy, good design is inherently informed by its surroundings, including the historic context. And I just want to understand, first of all, your view as to the extent to which you understand the design here has been informed by the historic context, just from what you've seen.
I don't think it has been informed very much, if at all.
And then specifically, just in terms of how this factor of architectural quality plays into the assessment, we go back, please, to, by way of example, the 2018 TVI BHA. And once you have that, I'd like you to go to view 49, which is on internal page 253. View 49 in the 2018.
Yep.
With please, with, yeah. Thank you. And so we're here looking at Guy's Hospital. It's an image we looked at in evidence in chief.
Yeah.
So just applying the principle to an example here, to what extent, in your view, does the design here reduce or negate what might otherwise be a harm?
It doesn't. The design references from the context, the girders and the railway bridges, and nothing to do with the character of this part of the conservation area. And that architectural expression has nothing to do with the architectural approach of the neoclassical building below it.
Thank you. To put that away, I don't think I need to go to any other images from the TVI VHA in re-examination. That'll probably turn out to be an error, but let's see. We then get to so that takes us to the lunch break. We're then looking at some questions that came after the lunch break. To orientate yourself, there were questions put then about how the ability to appreciate significance of a heritage asset plays into harm to the asset's significance. Do you recall that?
Yes,
run
I do.
Of questions? And I just want to get your help with a couple of points on that. Can you take up, please, CDF.04, which is the HE guidance on setting of historic assets?
Yes, I have that.
And turn within that, please, to page 11. And just looking at paragraph 30, we just remind yourself, cast your eyes over paragraph 30.
Yes.
Can you just tell me, is this engaging with the issue that you were discussing with my learned friend?
Yes, it is.
What's the nature of the role of ability to appreciate significance that this is directing us to?
Well, it's directing us to things like visual cross references, composite or fortuitous views, intended design to allow particular attributes of assets to be enjoyed. So the particular elements of architectural significance, for example. And although, as I indicated, there are no formally designed views related to assets, this demonstrates how significance and ability to appreciate its significance are intertwined.
And you made clear, as you just reminded us, that there were no design views here. Are those the only type of views that might be relevant?
No.
What's said here?
No, they're not. So the ones that I was thinking of, and with specific reference, and I mentioned in my evidence in chief, were those which have cultural associations or intellectual associations, for example. And so creation of intended visual prominence, which symbolises, in the case of the Tower of London, its function, control, exclusion, is one sort of view, or intended visual prominence in relation to St Paul's, for example, is the same thing, but for very different reasons. So it was intended to be visually prominent as a symbol of the resurgence of London following the fire, the determination to show not business as usual, but a new start. And so when you are appreciating those views, understanding that means that those views where you can see St Paul's clearly as a silhouette and dominating as far as possible, given the subsequent changes, dominating its setting, they have particular value. And so that sense of visual prominence is integral not only to appreciation but to the design of that cathedral. Wren went to huge lengths to construct very cleverly an inner cone of brick to support a dome that has a different internal profile and a different external profile. That gives you an indication of the architectural and historic significance of that element of that building, and that is conveyed visually. And so that's what it is. And I still don't know whether I made it as clear as I possibly could.
That's helpful. And then if we just turn on in CDF 04 to page 12 and step 3, we looked at this in chief. And step 3, remind ourselves, is assess the effects of the proposed development, whether beneficial or harmful, on the significance or on the ability to appreciate it. And then the checklist in assessment for assessment step 3, you'll see there are 4 headings there. Second heading, form and appearance of development. Second one, competition with or distraction from the asset. What's this telling us about HE's view as to the relevance or otherwise of distraction from assessing effect?
It's telling us that HE, as the government's statutory advisor on the historic environment, considers that to be a material consideration and something that you need to think about carefully in terms of potential harm to the historic environment and heritage assets in particular.
Thank you. And then if we, this was then put you in the context of the Mppf. So I want to go back to that, and we looked at the definition of setting of a heritage asset. So this is on page 71. It's the same page on the internal pagination and on the PDF. It's in the glossary. Setting of a heritage asset. The surroundings in which a heritage asset is experienced, its extent is not fixed, may change as the asset and its surroundings evolve. Elements of a setting may make a positive or negative contribution to the significance of an asset, may affect the ability to appreciate that significance, or may be neutral. Now, so far as the Mppf is concerned, affecting the ability to appreciate significance, is that treated as relevant, irrelevant? How do you understand this?
It's, as I understand it, it's treated as relevant.
Well, I'm tempted to go into the Tulip decision again and look at how I dealt with there, but I don't think we would all thank me for doing that. There were then some questions. We looked at individual assets, and I just want to move on to some of those. Limited number of questions arising from this because a lot of them were sort of running through points of approach. I think the only one that I perhaps might ask you about is in relation to conservation area. So actually the last of the assets you looked at. So this is right at the end of the cross-examination. Can we just go back to that map of the conservation area and the sub-areas, which is at the very beginning of the conservation area appraisal.
If I can find where I've just...
Well,
document in the space of...
Like me, Dr. Barker Mills,
I've got it.
you're somehow I'm still managing to find things, but then I know where I'm going. So no,
I've got it there. So yes,
I'm grateful. So just looking at the map.
Yep.
We know just to orientate ourselves. We're in sub area 4, so you can sort of look at that and just sort of work out where we are. And this question was put to you in respect of your paragraph 980 in your proof, and where you use the phrase "in the heart of the conservation area." Just looking at this, and you explain the context in which you use the phrase and the concept of introducing something. It is Shard Place, as you understand it. Is that? Would you describe its location as in the heart of the conservation area?
No, it's adjacent to the boundary.
And so far as the special qualities that have led to the designation of this conservation area, that which warrants protection, pursuant to the Act. How does Shard Place relate to that character and appearance?
Well, it doesn't.
Thank you. And those are the only questions I had.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done. I say that to all witnesses, by the way.
I'll tell Dr. Marker Bills that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. So we'll reconvene here tomorrow at 9:30. We're going to have a quick discussion about the. Okay.
It would be a good idea if we worked out which day we're not going to be here sitting there.
The rail strike, yeah.
So is that it?
I think, I mean, given the it doesn't sort of fit quite as neatly in the timetable as I would like, but I think given if people can't get here, then that's kind of a big deal. So if we have Wednesday as our sort of break day, we'll switch it.
We finish the council case on Tuesday.
Yeah, is that okay with?
Thank you. We're really grateful for that. I think it would be difficult to be here, and we obviously that's how sort of big chance for our witnesses one day. So we'd be really grateful to.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. We'll amend the programme and get that up on the website just to reflect that, so others know. So yeah, okay, great. And did you have another?
The other thing was
do you want to use your microphone?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
I think there was 8 on the YouTube channel earlier. I'm a bit offended, actually.
I post it that says Dr. Barker Mills in front of me, and I still managed to get it wrong. Only this, ma'am. Sorry, and that's you can close the inquiry if you please. But I just think it'd be nice if we look to the change to the model.
Yes.
So that you're aware of it, and so on in front. She's already seen it, I'm sure, but so we can show it.
Yes, we'll do that. So it's just the new bit.
And that's it. That's it. That was the only point.
Okay. Does anyone else have any procedural points to make?
I don't have any, just to confirm.
Okay, that's fine. If the council can come